But we had to stop it there, and this is going to be the part two here. We'll continue on. We got a lot to cover here, and that sort of thing like that. And there were some parts that I wasn't able to get across right at the beginning, and that. But as I was speaking about this guy here, it this guy was upset because the guy happened to turn around, and then he was just filming stuff as he was walking. So of course he had it running, and he turned around, and then this guy got all upset, unga bunga wunga, because he never probably got caught before, like sneaking up on somebody and didn't understand what. Now what does he do? It confused his poor mind, right? And that sort of thing like that. But there was this ancient tribe that this Roman, I believe it's Roman or Greek ruler, one of these two. This guy got he was out. They traveled a lot of the world, right? Like they were taking on other countries and stuff. And somehow he got these tribe of warriors that apparently had horns and feet like that were cloven, like hooves, like more like a horse's sort of thing, right? Like these centaur like things, right? And conveniently, this kind of matches this. And they said that these guys had horns and they were fierce warriors, and they would they were really hard to kill and all this kind of things. What if this is some version of these guys that this guy had? Because it's an actual known race, but I don't know where he got them from. I don't remember. So, but that one, as a for instance, like we have a Bigfoot phenomenon worldwide where they're similar, right? Just the size of the guys, right? And that, but the basic things are similar. And we have worldwide lizard-like monsters that live underground caverns and that. This could be some wacky tribe like that. That it could have been that even if it's not the same one as what this Roman or Greek ruler had used, maybe they had another version of them in another place, right? That's similar. So this guy's very strange here. Like, I cannot tell. It can't be an actor in a suit. Nobody has. You even see the most Ethiopian people or anything. None of them have that. This is like hourglass training stuff. So that means that somebody had to get this kid from a kid and then train them this way in the hopes of making a big video to make $1 40 years later. Like you see what I mean? Like it's not believable, right? So I kind of suspect that this is either two things: either this primitive tribe. The guy's skin is actually gray. You can see here it's strange. So gray, quite often you'll find this in caving environments and weird things. Certain animals might have a grayish color if they're, I guess, the lighting conditions and things like that. So let's say that these guys hunt out in the forest, but actually maybe live in a cave of some sort, right? But they're not the furry kind. Maybe these other things, like you see down past the guy's knees, all of a sudden it's this furry grass stuff again, right? So is that their real hair that's strange, that is adapted to grow to match the colorations of the foliage around there so that they can hide well, right? Is that his ears or those horns, right? Because there has been horned humans throughout the centuries, even whole groups of skeletons found, all at the same time, proving that there was more than one of these guys. And that's why I'm saying these genes can carry from the little guys to anything, and they could break off at any time to create a other kind that we have in some other spot, right? Sort of thing like that. Like, look at these guys' claws. If you look down, there's a point. The guy's got a friggin' hooks on them. No, humans don't grow like that kind of thing like that. So is this some kind of homemade claw device that the guy made from some other creature and he puts them on his hands? And is that bracelet, this armlet, I guess you'd call it. I mean, it's a bracelet, but I mean, it's strange where it's positioned. I've seen these things in ancient times that was something like that, where the guy had it up his upper arm. So maybe there's a name for this kind of a bracelet. I'm not familiar with it, but I have seen a few drawings and pictures of ancient times, like not a photograph, but like a drawing like thing, where it showed these kinds of things, right? So I don't know if they're called something else, some other name or not, but it's a bracelet like thing. Clearly, this guy knows how to make metal of some sort, right? And look at this wonderful this strange thong that I'm sure the wacko crowd down in the beaches would love wearing. That'd be the new status symbol, right? The boys super thong or whatever it is, right? Like, so I could see certain gang getting into this, right? Because it looks like it's some kind of strange leather like sort of thing, and the guy's got a flap over here. But look at you can even see veins in the guy's knees here, where it's coming down to around his knee. You could actually see little bumps there, like sticking out, a vein like stuff. And then all of a sudden it turns grassy again down here. So my confusion is this some kind of weird hair that they've developed that's curly and green, and that they actually, because they live in caves, and that somehow have developed claws that even have hooks on them? I suppose that would be feasible. It's still part of a fingernail, right? Like, I mean, it could adapt maybe to some strange. So that would still be fitting in the sort of way that how a human could turn this way, that, right? But this is really extreme. I mean, the guy's got a pointed head like a Sasquatch, something. Seemingly no hair there, and his, I mean, and the guy looks like an old kung fu master, right? Like Yoda on crack or something, So I mean, but there was a tribe that had similar like features described that some emperor guy controlled, and apparently these guys were near unkillable. That they were really tough dudes, right? So and they had cloven hooves. So I just wonder, is this some kind of off branch of this particular tribe that nobody wanted to believe in? But these ancient records are there. I believe them to be true, like I said, because humans from this after this flood, yeah, gazillions of people digging in caves, everything, trying every kind of loophole on the planet. Who wouldn't? I know I'd dig to my last breath to try and save, right? Like, yeah, let's say you got a wife and some kids, right? I mean, you got to be a man, or if it was a lady and the old man's sick, whatever, she's got to be a tough chick here, right? Like, people are going to try, if they have any will to live, more than anything in this planet. So some people were going to be able to dig fast enough, get up to an area that somehow you could block the incoming water from these air pressure and that, and are locked down in some subterranean sort of thing, right? And that you would be able to survive this. I mean, it was 40 days and 40 nights here, right? So I mean, as far as you know, like maybe even it lessened rain sometimes in certain areas, or that they're way up in a high mountainous areas, so of course, or certain climate areas of the world, that the flood like stuff took longer to achieve, like to get to the last. So maybe the guy only had to survive 5 days like that, right? So you can see the scenarios, how people would have been trapped in all kinds of things like that, and being scared to even come out. Meanwhile, what are you going to do in a cave? So maybe if they were lucky, they had some kind of food resource down there that they collected, and that. But eventually, maybe some of them started having to be cannibals and all kinds of things. And then eventually somebody has enough nerve to open up the boulder to check and see if the water is still there. And meanwhile, now this is ages where these people have already started to forget their previous sort of life. Like the ones that survived, maybe the girl was a peasant girl that hadn't learned much yet. That doesn't mean she was stupid, or her husband, but that was they only knew how to farm a cow, or have be a farmer and breed cows or something, right? Well, that's their limited knowledge, right? That doesn't mean they're stupid. They just weren't taught the information yet, right? They were able to learn how to be a farmer, right? So the idea is, again, you would have, depending on how long the people took to finally come out, and then maybe they don't trust it anymore. Maybe they think it's going to come again, so they start building more underground tunnels and stuff like this just as a habit. And then after so many children, I mean, you're not going to remember even. I mean, people can't even remember, like I said, these wars. I mean, look at how stupid we are. World War I. 2 minutes later, World War II. Now there's almost this World War III stuff going, right? Like, I mean, how dumb are we? I mean, right? Because we keep always voting in criminal like characters that the only way you could get in is because billionaire criminal characters are backing you. And then, as long as you're out in the news, everybody's seeing you. They got to vote for somebody, and there's only a handful each time, right? I mean, if I'm sure, like even my regime would be a zillion times better than a lot of these people, because I would have room for everybody. I want there to be advancement and growth, that the billionaire guys rewarded for uh, advancing and things like that, but not at the cost of that the average human being lives like in poverty, right? Like, I mean, I just there's I encourage free enterprise, all kinds of things, but you there needs to be a balance somewhere where, if it's going to affect, like when the billionaire gets richer, his employees also should be having a higher sort of standard, right? And that's sort of like, in other words, humanity should never have a standard beyond a certain point where a human being should be able to have some kind of safe home always, and be able to afford food and heating and all the general things that would be required for a general society to work correctly, right? At the basis, then if you're a real go-getter and achiever and stuff like that, then you can have the extra stuff. You can have a Rolls Royce if you want one, right? And then finally, but what they do is that the big guy, the Elon Musk, is driving around with 40 people waving a pan over his head, and even catching his toots for him because it might annoy him, the smell in his car, right? And so you have all these slaves that you're really not paying anything, and that sort of thing like that. This kind of mentality is where they're wrong. They make the lower people that make them all the money too low. Like, I mean, there isn't, every people are not, I don't give a shit about billions, right? So for me, but at the same time, I want to be paid for what I believe that should be fair. You see what I mean? Like you, no matter what, and that's what the problem with our societies, right? Is that we vote in people that are backed by criminal other people, and because we got to vote somebody in. There's no just open thing where a person could get on there and make their platform and guarantee it in law. Like, all these things are stupid. As a, for instance, like, why does people give some president or king or anybody the rule to just do everything, right? Like, I mean, there should be a human group that are non-governmental, non-everything, that are switched constantly every year or something, so that way you can't get people that start getting bribed and stuff. You each time they go over what the party has done for this year. Were they lying? Did they overspend in these things and that? And you then they decide whether or not this is proper for the system. I mean, you can't. You let in a Trudeau, the guy's worth billions now, imaginary somehow, right? Like, from all these donations, apparently, right? And that sort of thing like that. But you've allowed this guy to do all this. Why does a society allow some moron to make them bankrupt. So, like, governments always should be, no, you can't borrow a single penny, right? Like, what government should do is to simply, sorry, all these guys, we're not going to be able to withstand this. You guys are beat. You guys overcharged us interest for 10 zillion years now. We've already paid you back way more than what we had ever borrowed originally, and but you keep, because of the interest of that, you blanket. It's all wiped out. So you start from a scratch thing, and these low lifes that made way too much money off of you are now drained some, right? And then you, when you're paying these guys, you only can borrow what you can pay back guaranteed. Anything else beyond that, no. Only in the most emergency war state where there's no other choice, that then maybe you could have a policy like that to under a certain amounts. But even in that, it still should be, you know what I mean, extremely monitored. And if it's going overboard, recorrected, right? This is the thing. You're allowing your citizens to be all bankrupt just to appease a handful of morons, right? That really are only interested in money and no other thing, right? So, I mean, these things are terrible, right? Like, I mean, so, but again, this, the bottom line with this is that we we're doing all these things that we keep calling ourselves intelligent. We're actually more primitive minded than probably my buddy here, the Chip Man, or our Kung Fu master here, Green Man, right? You know, sort of thing like that, right? Like, I mean, but I don't believe this is a guy in a suit. I don't think it's possible. So, what am I going to say here? So either this is brilliant CGI stuff that uh, hard to believe. So, even though my mind does not want to believe that there's some green guy with red horns or ears that hides out in the woods and kung fu's out people and maybe kicks you with his big galloping horseshoes and that. But I mean, in real ancient history, these tribes, exactly matching the description of this guy, existed, they claim. So as far as I know, that is some off branch of one of these wacko tribes. So even if it was from another country, it's feasible that the same thing occurs. Like I said, you have a Bigfoot that looks very similar at Canuck Chase to what you have in you know, Mount Shasta, right? That sort of thing like that. So this is the idea, and that all these things are buried still in us. So when they created man A, the man can be a green man, a pink man, a blue man. He can have fuzzy hairdo like this. I would kill to get the information from these guys. If I could get some backers and go there, I bet you I could get one of these dudes to come out again, like a little Mr. and Mrs. there, and maybe somehow start interacting with them, right? Like, yeah, offer the guy a banana and that, because they don't seem terrified of us, and hopefully these people didn't hurt them or do anything too mean, and maybe they just went away. But somebody you could be able to possibly, they seem curious enough, and because they haven't had any bad experience with us, if you were nice to them, possibly, like, you let the guy see you eating a banana and then you give him one, right? Like, this kind of thing, you might be able to make some kind of wacky symbiosis like people have with pet chips and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, and maybe even get these guys to hang out with you, right? I would love that more than anything in this universe. I'd rather hang out with him than almost any famous person go, right? I mean, like, look at these guys. They're so cute. And the big eyeballs, and they're so curious. I can imagine what their poor little minds be thinking, like, who are these giants and what, like, yeah, you know. And then even if they went back to their tribe, I bet you there'd be a Joe Nichols there, a little mini Joe Nichols, and he would say that this is all BS, that there's no giants, right? Like, you see what I mean? Like so, this would occur and always has occurred, right? So, this mighty genius Yahweh, or whatever version you want to believe, made a computer code for each sort of thing. It's a living life force that inhabits some kind of body like thing. and it can evolve to go more primitive, what we call primitive, or advanced, and much more at a faster rate than what we believe. That's all, and it's all hidden in there. So in that one code, there could be the green guy that's going to come out, the chimp man. Could be the Uber driver here. Could be Omar, and maybe he's more furry than that. It could be Omar's, sister here, down here, and that sort of thing like that. You see what I mean? Like so, all of this, or if over time, if one of them was finally super macho like Patty, then if she has others, then eventually they become this super entity, like the most strongest, biggest of them all, right? And then that sort of thing like that. But all of these codes are in us, and as far as I know, this could actually really be true. That the God's guy says he made man in our own image. He wants to see all the versions from the earliest time that they, before their memories and everything. Maybe the earliest ones are these, like the scientist guy believes, that our relatives, the chimp, the orangutan, that they really are actually like a human, but a way more primitive version. That, and maybe it's actually true that they somehow became that like ages ago from early ones, right? And that sort of thing like that. So I don't know. Some of these things are, but the bottom line is that it doesn't take millions of years to do any of this. The We were put on here all at the same time, except man was the last. These animals were already, because it's their time zone, right? Like in other words, the guy's been putting animals on the earth 6 days, which is really 6,000 years in his time. Well, that would be a lot of animals already laying around, like that sort of thing. So man comes. Some of these were, because of this mist, already massive, hundreds of years old, and big monsters. The man, because we were put in charge of the rest of the bees, then decided to, hey, unga bunga, we got to fight with these guys, and they would kill them off slowly. And over the centuries, as you keep moving to new forest, man always is going to win against the monster out there. Somebody's going to think up a poison dart, this and that. It would have been so easy to wipe these things out in ancient times. I mean, the big Tyrannosaurus Rex monster is running at you, but meanwhile, the guy knows that he fishes along the ocean, and he catches pufferfish, and somehow somebody ate it, and he knows that they all die, like in poison, right? So now he figures out, what if I put this on my spear, this poison, maybe it'll do something to the guy. So then he shoots it at him, and the poor Tyrannosaurus Rex monster dies. Poofo, because they're giants and they lived in this mist-like thing and took ages to come. Well, now you're the offsprings and things like that, right, have to get this size again, right? And but because that they're not, they're already going to be likely killed off before they can even get that size. So the earliest mentions in India and everywhere, there was these dragon-eating elephants. Elephant sort of thing, right? Like where the dragons would eat these elephants, right? And they would hide out in the woods and stick their heads out and grab like an elephant coming by and shit like that. And they were monstrous. So, there was reports of over 100 and some feet on that, right? Because these were the ancient ones, right? And then that sort of thing like that were still, that took hundreds of years each one to get this size, but eventually there's only so many when they're that big that can only hold in so many areas, you would wipe them out quite quickly. Then storms come, the creature's buried at one leg. Meanwhile, then a flood comes, the human falls down in the same ditches or above them. Humans are not going to be found with dinosaurs that often, or any monster, because they're running for their lives and doing different things. The creatures aren't going to go run and hang out with Omar. unless they're human friendly sort, like there is some, like a squirrel might get curious with you eventually and start letting you feed them, a peanut out of your hand, right? And certain animals will do this, right? Because they get used to humans over time, right? And get a little bit more trust in that. But I mean, typically, you know what I mean? Bigfoot isn't going to want to hang out with Omar. So each one groups of whatever, right, would be doing their own thing. They would creatures that have never run up mountains, like the elephant guy. He's not going to run to a mountain because he doesn't have any familiarity that would even save him. He's just empathic. They don't have the same level this way, right? So the elephant monster just keeps running around, and you know what I mean. And eventually, these poor guys you find all these elephant graveyards, right? And that could have been even from humans killing them possibly, but also probably from this flood that simply they had nowhere to go. They didn't have enough knowledge to escape into a cave or different things like that. And so you'll get all these different groups. The Noah guy kept all the basic families, and because the atmosphere changed slightly where this mist isn't as thick and people don't live as long, nor did the animals, right? So eventually they started getting smaller and that. So this sort of thing, right? So this is how it really works, and that anything could actually revert back to that. Like, so, you get these Thunderbird sightings, these different things. It could be that every so many birds, one out of a million, has this ancient genetic monster gene in him, right? So now all of a sudden, if he's lucky that he can live a longer time and it's a decent environment, he starts reaching more of his potential like an ancient one would. So now this guy actually does have a 15-foot wingspan on him, or 20, right? And that sort of thing like that. That could be the same thing with fish, everything. There's fish that are double plus the size of world records that were found caught in a commercial net once, or weird things that are way bigger than what the scientist guy believes that they get, right? So, again, is this feasible that also in this thing of reverting back and forth to fit environments, that also giantism genes can be locked in these, or miniature genes, right? And is very straightforward at the beginning. Some kind of fish, or maybe several kinds, a fresh and saltwater one, who knows, right? Like the guy had a basic family. These turn into zillions of other ones, and which one was the first, I have no idea, right? Like, because you can't prove that. And again, the fossils aren't accurate because, again, you're not going to find humans and these things all in the same spot typically, because unless it was a village and the guy was cooking some fish and there were still some fish bones there, then you might find his fossil along with a coelacanth he was eating, let's say, or whatever, right? Like that kind of thing, right? Like you could find variants like that, maybe possibly occasionally, but typically speaking, the humans stay away from animals. Animals stay away from humans. So of course you don't find them in different layers, and the layers are all imaginary from the floods and that. I mean, seriously, even if all these layers were true, that the Earth's inner core took 1 billion years to be made from dust particles from Omar's cooties, or something that fell down, right? And eventually the wind blew it around and turned it into a giant cootie that made it into a planet of some sort. Like this kind of foolishness, right? Well, however they were created, that could all be. But when you have a solid Earth, a giant flood comes, the axes and everything busts, the poles go to different areas. Where there was really cold at one time, the icebergs may have now been busted loose, started creating the Great Lakes because there was this mist up there. The whole earth would have been covered with clouds and volcano-like smoke and all kinds of stuff that would make like an ice age-like thing. So the iceberg could have easily drifted thousands of miles through the oceans without melting yet and creating the Great Lakes, all these different things from this one flood occurrence, that sort of thing, right? or possibly there was several over times, right? But one major one, the last one mentioned in the biblical thing, right, and maybe ones previous, and simply the icebergs and all these kinds of things were pushed. Mountains can bursting up, volcanoes coming up, and all kinds of wacky stuff would create layers and pour stuff over even older stuff that might have been even newer. Like in other words, the stuff that's falling on it, right? Maybe from even older stuff that now you're putting on top, like the whole things you find trees upside down all over the place and huge packs of mass burials of fish to animals in certain spots, right? Because the big tidal wave washed them all down and shot them down a chasm, right? So when these guys find all these different things, right, they could be in all kinds of layers, and just because you not that many things even fossilize, even at that. So most of them don't even do this. So when occasionally when it happens, you're just guessing these things because the guys way down here, you think that rock's that old, but I mean the creature might have died like thousands of years ago or hundreds or whatever. It's feasible, right? Like nobody. I've always wanted to do this since I was a kid. I thought, what if you just simply dug down to a layer, right, that the scientist guy claims is 10 million. Now you put I don't know, like a praying mantis down there, right? And you now pour some stuff over it, get a thing to a pressure gauge to push all the down ground to similarize what like a fossilized event might have occurred, and then even check it 50 years later as you're older to see, does it now look like that it came from this layer? Is it all infused in there? And then it would show the scientist guy that really this can happen and very quickly. There's all kinds of these hammers found in layers that are supposed to be 250 billion years old. I mean, all this stuff is foolishness. It's a brand new hammer that was only hundreds of years old. Yet it's completely, according to them, a 250 million year old hammer. Yet they claim, depending on the guy, 100,000 to 25 billion years ago that humans started, right? You see what I mean? Like, so once you see that this is wrong once, it doesn't matter. It's all wrong. You can't, because each time you don't know then, did the same thing occur? Right, so this theory is really just that and always will be, right? Like, and when these guys said that there's dragons and stuff, there's actual real bones of one that nobody's ever still tested. That one guy claims it was a brontosaurus, a scientist looking just randomly at pictures of it. He thinks it might have been right, but there was this wall dragon there, these two brothers, one story, right, sort of killed this monster. Right, there's several versions of this, but it lived in this cave, right, and the bones are still there in the church. So you got all these church people that weren't supposed to lie. This was big important things, right? Especially in ancient times, who were way more religious. So you had to follow the script better, right? And that sort of thing like that. And so there's no reason on earth that these guys are going to tell you that they fought with this dragon that would come out and attack their villagers and stuff like that. They got his bones hanging in a church, right? So something left it there, right? You see what I mean? Like, and you can't date the date of these bones, right? But they seem to be in pretty good shape and don't look like a typical fossilized sort of thing, right? And they're monstrous, so obviously it was a big creature. There was based on a physical animal that lived in that cave. You see what I mean? Like, so you can't say that. Like, what would be the odds that? And so each time that you're supposed to believe that the king guy, the priests, all the people write in their memoirs, they fought with the big monster, they killed him. In this version, they fed him pitch, and actually, like King David did in the Bible. So they would have been familiar with the story, mostly Christian around the world in a lot of places in these ancient times, right? And that so they they would already know this methodology that you can kill a dragon or a beastly monster by feeding it this pitch. That's what they did, and the bones are there. I would love to go to this church, have a plead with them, say, look, all we want to do is prove that God is real, not the opposite. We don't want to make fun of you or anything. We just want to see, to test, to look at this better, to see even if we could unscrew a little piece of the bone in there and the stuff, and see that even if you don't, like I said, these are very inaccurate, a lot of them. If it says that it's really early date, it's more likely accurate a little bit, because there is some basis to how to date things up to a certain point, but the assumption is that it always stays the same over billions of years, and that's not the case. It couldn't be. So there'd be too many things in the atmosphere and different things to keep such a consistent sort of thing. So it's only a guess then, right? Like after a certain point, you have no way of knowing really how old the creature is. And I still say that any person believes that you find a blood and cartilage and everything in a 75 million year old layer, and you believe that the creature is that old, that is ludicrous. I mean, usually anything, if you leave a carcass somewhere, there's nothing left of this stuff within no time. Right, so I mean, and no blood left, no anything. The collagen's all eaten away, all this stuff. That's the first things to go. So you can see clearly that it can't be these things, right? Like in that sort of way, like they're wrong, right? Like I mean, and even once they date now, that even if it was remotely accurate, you have a Triceratops that was dated at 16,000 years old, right? Fully in the believability of man that was around, right? And that. So there's all kinds of ones, these ancient pottery, gazillions of pictographs and all this clearly showing a dinosaur-like creature, because again, they were here first, because the time zone's different, is these dinosaurs became these regular lizard guys, and the different ones, and the fish and different ones, some of them became monstrous that had the ability to keep growing. You now have this flood, the atmosphere, and all these kinds of things flip all kinds of creatures in different layers. You don't usually find humans with these bigger old monsters, because that was in the earliest times, and when the flood came, the humans are running away from all these guys. So the only time you're going to find it is someone previous before the flood, occasionally, but even at that, 99% of the time, man is the dinosaur monster's enemy. So it's not, unless they were a pet or captured of some sort, or some kind of weird thing like that, where the creature isn't scared of them, and maybe the early humans like them for some reason, right? And that sort of thing like that. But this is how it really works. With the guy comes down, or whatever version, they made millions of sort of things that from a man to a chipmunk, and each one has their family. The chipmunk can become a bigger chipmunk, a smaller chipmunk, you know what I mean, possibly revert into a squirrel, that sort of thing, like, because they're still similar enough here that it could be the same sort of thing all around, right? Like that way, right? And they can go back and forth. New species are discovered all the time that maybe aren't even massively old. Maybe they were from another kind that already developed this way within a few thousand years after the flood, from different things, right? So it's just all this occurs at a faster rate than what we think. The body has somehow the intelligence to know to grow more or less, be bigger, smaller, do everything to fit the environment at the time, and no such thing as primitive to advance. The only way you become what we call advanced, which isn't advanced, we're just about to destroy ourselves and wipe out a planet. We're actually moronic. We would have all been better off as happy trees here. See what I mean? Like because when again, that's why the Yahweh guy said, don't teach them incantations and all that kind of stuff, because they can't handle it, right? We can't handle, once we get power, we can't handle superpower. without ruling wisely, right? Like, sadly, the King Solomon's, there's not enough of them out there, right? And that sort of thing like that. And we don't wield it properly, right? So that's the thing. So this guy wants to see every version of us that they don't remember probably because they're a billion years old, and that and all these things occur, and it's all a genetic genius coding of some sort, right? That's really the bottom line. Like, so, and again, if you still don't believe UFOs exist or any of this stuff, really take time, take a vacation weekend even, and look up every time real, UFO films and different things. Eventually, you'll start to see that some of these cannot be fake. So and when you got generals and every person in the army and air force and different things now coming out forward because they're not forced by the government anymore to keep their mouth shut. They a lot of them it's 20, 50 years, whatever different ones, right? So these guys have all came forward. Everybody, there was the guy here that was our Minister of Defense before. He said he's had all kinds of papers with interactions with the UFO people and all this kinds of stuff. So this is clearly a government sort of, again, Smithsonian like institutional government like things that do not want us to know that we come from the skies, right? Like for whatever strange reason. This I don't know, right? But for sure, likely the space alien God guy Yahweh, or any of these versions, whichever one's correct, or maybe they all are again. Like I said, the Yahweh guy might represent himself over here as this guy and that because it's different languages, Tower of Babel, and you can't worship sacrifice like Omar here is sheep. Omar gets up in the morning. If he was going to be one of these imam guys, he'd be practicing with his silver axes, going unga bunga wunga, right, and sacrificing the sheep, right? But because now Omar and Justin live in the Quebec forest, and the only thing around there is a cave loaded full of cauldrons full of halal poutine, right? Well, then he can't sort of do that, right? You see what I mean? Like he doesn't have the availability anymore. So now the God monster guy's going to say to him, "Okay, well, Omar, we want you to a similar thing because it's just an experiment. They just want to see." Will you follow directions, this, that, and that? So they tell Omar to, now he's got to start worshiping a giant poutine monster in the morning, right? And to sacrifice one of his virgin daughters or whatever, right? Like any kind of scenario where they just want to see, will this guy do the same kinds of things? So in one culture, the guys got you know what I mean, smoke a leaf with the great father, right? Like smoke a cigarette. Another one is going to be a pipe. Another one, the guy's got to sacrifice, like I said, a virgin, which I don't really believe that these guys asked for. I think that this is human interpretations that the God guys said, yeah, sacrifices, give this, that. But one time they didn't have that or something, and they said, oh my God, there's storms now. Maybe God's mad at us because we didn't give a sacrifice. What could we use? Hey, what about our beautiful virgin daughter here? We'll give her, right? So they give her out to the thing, right? And luckily, then the next week, all of a sudden the storm goes away and they get a great crop. Instantly they would believe that this whole group that God saw favor upon this and they would start to practice. Then meanwhile these great aliens that are watching us said, hey, wow, that's interesting. Well, we won't get involved. We'll let them continue doing this, right? Like to see how it's going to go, right? So that could be the thing, right? Like because this guy, it doesn't tell you to kill people. That's one of his commandments: "Thou shalt not kill." So again, the perception is that humans are interpreting some of these things. So when we don't get a proper thing, we think automatically that even if the guy's real, we're not speaking to him right now. So we perceive that by giving him an offering, because we know this has worked in the past, that, you know what I mean? This, and then if you give an offering and it happens to by fluke work, and if it doesn't, then they just throw in another virgin, and eventually the storm will go away. So then finally you will get a successful, happy God in their mind. You see what I mean? Like, so these things are really interesting, but I mean, to either believe that we just came from mud and all these planets appeared and spaceships happen to appear and I mean, seriously, it can't be this way. Right? So it's much more logical that some advanced race has an ancient past. They, like us, developed things over time, and they're just way superior to us. And we are the chip men to them, right? And so they monitor us. They like us. They find us amusing. Some they don't find amusing, and it's all a gigantic, again, like experiment, right? And that sort of thing like that. But that's the bottom line. So you got to wonder, right? Like, I mean, if you look at it and analyze it all, it's very feasible. All these kinds still exist. There's human groups even today with Bigfoot flat feet. They're little midgets even, dwarfs and stuff that the race is only like 3, 4 feet tall. They're all small, like little guys, right? Sort of thing like that. In South America and different countries, Africa, different things. There's these little pygmies and the different ones, right? So they developed this because of the terrain that they walk on. This is what I'm saying. These are ancient humans that eventually, some of them were pretty big guys, and if there was enough of them pushed out, eventually over time they become these great giant ape-like ladies and men, right? And this is just one of the Bigfoot phenomena, right? So, but anyways, we'll be looking more at some other things here next. Is there a one to cover before we talk about the Patterson film for a minute? Actually, I hadn't seen any of my comments or anything in a while, and one fellow wrote in and he was, I don't know what he was trying to show me. He seemed to like as if because I had mentioned that not a lot of people they don't go on about the weight of the creature more like but I never said that I'm the first person to not notice this. All I'm saying is that since from Ivan Sanderson, the earliest guys, to all these kinds of people over the ages, only talked about the weight a little bit and not really going into any massive in-depth things about it, why that it's this is much more crucial, and the argument that simply it's impossible that humans can walk around that are 300-pound muscular females, right? And walk around with 500 to more pounds, walk around or 400, and these easily like this. No human being can do this. And this is what I'm saying, that none of them are emphasizing this key argument that is the foolproof. I mean, seriously, you cannot get humans to be able to carry this kinds of weight. Therefore, the person that you're looking at is a wild human, not somebody with 500 pounds of strap barbell weights inside their body. Right? And we'll be covering this in a second. I got the quintessential evidence that I was looking for before that they don't show on regular shows, because this was actually something Roger did right after he had filmed Patty 2 minutes later, sort of thing, right? And that sort of thing like that. But I wanted to comment on this extremely entertaining a video here that was this trail cam, right? This is the strangest Sasquatch like guy I've ever seen. He's like the one I told you about in Eagle Lake, where the guy said it had these big long claws. I don't know what his feet look like, but he's definitely more like werewolfish, the typical werewolfish, like what I had showed you with those guys, and even a family of them, right? And remember that same family. The one guy looked like a werewolf. The other guy looked something like this dude, almost like with the same kind of fuzzy hairdo up at the top, and that. And the only thing that I find really strange about this is the guy's eyeballs. There's something weird about them. Like, they're not, I don't know, like as if the guy put these eyeballs over it. Like, so but it certainly does not look like a person in a suit. You can see the tiniest little muscular like sort of things like that. So either that or some wild yoga like skin tight suit that they've created. But I mean, his fingers seem to be way longer than a typical human's, and that sort of thing like that. Clawish like, so he's kind of like a mixture of, like I said, this werewolfish sort of body, but more the typical Bigfootish head, except this guy looks more like Animal from the Muppets, right? So my only thing, I mean, why would you make such an incredibly convincing part from the shoulders down, and then make such a thing that makes you want to believe that can't be real because of his ridiculous face here, like Animal, right? But his head looks like it's built right in there too. I mean, it could be an illusion from the fur in the front and stuff like that. But I mean, there's little muscular things in there. If this is a suit, it's only right now, modern times, that some with the technology we have now, I could believe you could do a better job than in the past, right? But I mean, if I had seen this and this was a '60s one, I would fight to the ends of the earth that it's real. But because now, yeah, it's these eyeballs that bug me the most. So either there was something wrong with the camera that it didn't pick it up right, or that, but all you see is like a black circles there, right? Like as if the guy's got a pair of shades on. Wouldn't that be funny if that somehow some hippie gang was out there smoking some Colombian, right, and having a good party out in the woods, and all of a sudden they see this guy, they run for their lives, and one of the guy drops some kind of John Lennon like shades on the ground, and then this Bigfoot guy picked it up and put him on. Now that I would like, that would be hilarious if it actually had filmed the whole thing, right? Like, and somehow this has occurred that this curious primitive human, as we call them, would say, "What's these things?" and then just for fun put it on his head, and all of a sudden now he realizes that it makes it darker, right? And that sort of thing like that. So I mean, and he looks like Mozart too, right? If you've ever never heard Falco, I mean, that's one of my favorite songs of the entire. What a genius guy! Like, I mean, you wouldn't say he's the world's greatest singer or anything or any of that kind of stuff, but he's extremely entertaining, well worth watching. The voice of Spine Up is great. Like, I wouldn't have picked any other human being, even if they had a voice like the heavens, to do this song except him. He was 100 billion% the right guy to do this way that they did it. You know, and I mean, it's genius stuff. And a great sort of honor to the mighty Mozart himself, right? Yeah, you know, that sort of thing like that. So, but I mean, great stuff. If you've never seen it, it's absolutely fantastic. Great, you know, the whole thing. It's really good. But I mean, so that sort of thing like this, and so maybe that's the thing, is that this guy was a fan of Mozart. Maybe he heard some, you know, beatnik hippies out there, and they were they're classical hippies, right? So maybe they were playing da na na na, you know, and all that kind of stuff going on, and maybe he became a fan, and so yeah, you know, that's why music calms the nickels to other critic beasts. Sort of thing like that, but very interesting. Anyways, like you got to admit, that sort of thing like that. Sometimes I'm not able to reach the comments back to them for a while because they don't give me like a link right away to where I can just sort of answer it. I get confused, and I'm all over the place and trying to put these things up usually when I check these. So thanks for the comments and some new subscribers. But like I said, this is terrible, this channel thing. Like, even my new one, I got right away. I got. I called 20 some people to ask them to watch it, and I watched it in two different places, right? So that should be 26, but on the thing here it's still shows 8. Right? So even myself, and I know others watched it because before I did this, it had already went up to this number. So the thing is that something's weird with some kind of a bug of some sort or whatever it is, right? Like for me, it doesn't matter. I mean, I never expected to get 10 zillion subscribers because I don't have a big budget. If I had a big budget, I would because I am a character. If you've seen me like being filmed all the time, a lot of people find me amusing and that sort of thing like that, and I do crazy stuff, and so I would be if I was in these locations, for sure I'm going to attract the bizarre. I always do. Right? So these shows would be watched way more, but I believe that they're watched way more than what they are. That is recording, right, and that sort of thing like that. Because I mean, and there's this may not be an unusual problem. There's this lady that has this beautiful thing about right whales and their plight, right, and she's this a cute little nerdy sort of lady with glasses. Reminds me of like a librarian or a teacher. Very cute. I would certainly date her in 2 minutes. Because I loved her heart instantly. That she cares so much about the whales and that. And her only problem is I'm more ballsy. Like I don't care if people don't agree with my opinion or not, and I respect theirs. I've never any kind of thing like even Joe Nichols. I tease with him some that sort of thing. But I mean, I know that he's an intelligent man. I agree with him that quite often it could be a log, and that Sasquatch could be just a hairy midget guy running by, or whatever it is, right? Like these things can all occur and quite frequently do. But to state that every one of them are like this, when you fully can clearly see that for thousands of years people have been telling you this exact same so-called hallucination, right? I mean, you have to be realistic too, right? So there's nothing wrong with critics. They're great. I mean, you need people to be of critical nature, right? But only be critical if you actually have something to back yourself up with. Like, I mean, you can't say this is a log. Now, if you're going to be a critic, the only stance you could have is say it's a guy in a suit. That's all you could do. You couldn't say it's a log. You can't say it's a mountain. You couldn't say it's a hippie lost in the woods, right? Unless he's got hypertrichosis, right? Like, so you see what I mean? Like so when you're giving explanations, when you're saying it's a log and you can clearly see that the monster is shooting across the screen and he's chasing at fish, then he cannot be a log, Joe Nichols. It's the end. So instead of real critics should be each case there you do not say that Bigfoot doesn't exist, this doesn't exist. You attack each one if they're non-attackable, that they are logical, that it cannot be from regular fake like things where you're telling yourself the truth. Then you got to put it in the other category that it could be real, right? Like that sort of thing. And then if you keep doing this, you'll eventually see when you're seeing manuscripts from 1500 years ago, and the guy says that in 700, whatever, like we'll pick 780, that this Irish Bigfoot guy was captured by the king, and he made him wrestle mooses or whatever, right? When you see these authentic things right in their castles and all these kinds of things, and you clearly still want to stand on the stance that it's all imagination, that the king was keeping a pet shadow monster, boogeyman, that he scared him from having too much indigestion, right? These things, you cannot go this far, and this is where the Joe Nichols guys, that they either stand on a completely that everything is fraudulent on this planet, or that it's all the other people where the Bigfoot guy believes any story in this planet. It wouldn't matter if there was 4,000 Bigfoot wrestling you naked on Mount Vesuvius. Yet the guy's still going to believe your story. Like there's these kinds, right? Like so, there's always these sorts, but they're on the far left, right wing, whatever you want to call it, sort of regime here, right? Like, but the logical people should be in the center here. That just analyze logically things like okay, why is it that there's hundreds of thousands of people since the earliest ancient drawings of everything telling you that they saw a sea monster? right? Like, why is it that every single time that the sea monsters are quite often can be put in different families, where it's the same dude in many places, right? Like the exact same description and all, and that you gotta then say, okay, well, it cannot be all imagination because each time the person gets all the identical features, but yet across the world at all different times and eras, right? So I look at it as a logical sort of thing of this way. Monsters were made up by stupid humans with early monster films. It's not, and early novels. There's no such thing as a monster. These are unidentified animals. There's new animals discovered every day of the week, pretty well, right? So, and of course, bigger ones where the guy doesn't have a commercial net that can reel in 100 trillion tons, right? These things are going to bust through it. You're not going to catch them. The odds of you finding one dead in the circumference of the whole ocean, no matter even if there was 10 zillion boats out there, is still very slim, right? And that sort of thing like that. And even when they do, the scientist guy, because he can't identify it, and that 99% of the time they're going to say it was a dead sturgeon when it wasn't, or a dead whale when it clearly can't be, and these kinds of things, right? Like the Tucalata monsters, for instance, right? Or the Newfoundland beast, or any of these. I mean, the most ridiculous answers on the planet. A minke whale or a pilot whale is the Tucalata monster, when the Tucalata monster is 83 feet long, missing parts of his body. When one of the witnesses walked up and down and saw these other fishing guys and other people that were looking around at it too, and all these people saw it alive, including the guy I interviewed, right? And it had giant spikes on the back of his sort of a neck going down, and then he said that it goes down like spikes, but the rest of them were small, like scales, sort of thing like this. And this creature was still wiggling his tail. It's not a whale, right? Like, no matter what and how one scientist could actually believe this. This is why I don't have respect for many of this sort, because how could you be this blind? A whale head is not shaped like this. That creature's head was built like a giraffe's, not like a whale's, right? So why do you keep denying these things? Only because you want to keep fighting for this Darwinian sort of stuff here, right? When and none of these creatures died billions of years, any of this stuff. Like, we were all created at the same time, right? Humans last. The animals, because it's a slow atmosphere at the time, when humans first came with them and released out in the open world with them, many of these guys were titanic by maybe hundreds of years old, different groups of them, and because it's been there for quite some time before the human guy first stepped on it. So now we're the boss of them. These big monsters we kill off quickly. We need food, no refrigeration, and that sort of thing like that. Some groups, the children of the first group, even if the Anunnaki guys are teaching them, maybe the group gets a little bit more heavily that the daughter and son doesn't like the parents, or they won't let them marry, so they run off in the woods and start creating their own groups. Now the Anunnaki angel can't teach them anymore because they're busy taking care of babysitting the other 1,000 morons in the city, right? So that sort of thing like that. So all these things have been occurring since time began, where humans were forced out living in wilderness-like environments, and will become stronger, shorter, bigger, all kinds of different things to fit the environment. And this is truthful, right? Like, so these all these other things that they say, we humans would have kept running across these ancient bigger ones. We kill them. They were the earlier ones when the mist was thick, and some of this gene, of course, stays. So they might have started growing quicker. Like, after these first giants were created, let's say they're up for 400 or 500 years, the next group, all of a sudden, their children maybe to advanced, like to be protected in that. The body now genetically starts to want to grow at a faster, quicker rate, and maybe some of these giantism genes that still exist out today, out in our oceans, of giant sea monster like things, because maybe the free radicals don't affect them as much, and these huge depths and all kinds of things like that, right? So all these creatures were a base formula of each one, and we branched out all kinds of different things, and we can re-branch back to what again, primitive or non-primitive, right? But this guy's some kind of strange mixture here. A lot of it wants me because of his face and these strange sunglasses. That is, some kind of tricky scheme here. But I don't know. I'll just leave it on the fence. If it wasn't for the eyeballs, I would more believe that it was real, right? Like, but I just don't understand like why you can't even see like any like pupil like thing or anything, right? It looks just like somebody took two dots from I don't know, paint on microscope and put it on the two eyeballs, right? So that's my only conundrum. So I don't know, but anyway, a very interesting picture. So we'll leave it on the fence. But a guy from Eagle Lake saw one that was very similar to this. So maybe this kind of version exists too, and maybe it's just some bizarre lighting effect that the camera did that made it this weird illusion that it didn't show his eyes well, like or some strange thing, right? Like, but I mean, the rest of them looks quite convincing. It's hard to believe that's a suit, like certain parts of it. But anyways, we'll continue on here about now these update and that. But so thanks for your comments again, like I said. But I never suggested that nobody else has ever talked about the weight of the Patterson film. I mean, I've been reading the earliest cryptozoology books about Bigfoot that ever were made, and all of the pretty well across the board of all the old ancient ones, and a fairly amount of them would mention that the weight, but they never really get into it much. They just say, well, it'd be impossible for human to, but they don't really do like 10 zillion things to keep proving this, right? And that's sort of, and I here is one that does this, like quite clearly. Okay, this is what I've been looking for. Here, this proves that this was Roger. You can see here is heel print, okay? Okay, now look at how nothing that is in the ground. Now, Roger weighed near a couple 100 pounds here, and that, plus he's got his cowboy stuff on and everything adds a couple of pounds, right? And that sort of thing like that. So clearly you can see here with a much smaller foot and circumference and everything, he can't even get a dime's worth of depth here. Here's his footprint right beside Patty's. Now look at Patty's. This is massive, near like 3 inches in the ground here, right? And that sort of thing like that. Okay, so this is the thing that I had forgotten that when I interviewed Bob, right? He had mentioned that this some guy had used a pressure gauge and he thought it was around 700 pounds or so. Okay, but now here's the problem: the guy used a little plate. Each plate is different. So that's why you get these varying degrees of pressure plates where people have tried this over the years, from this lowest end one of 700. The next one I know of was about 850 pounds, a guy claimed, and most of them are like 1,000 to 1,500, and one guy claimed maybe possibly about 2,000. So I suspect, because also depending on the time of year they tested this, like how much longer it was, maybe the ground was a little bit harder or colder or whatever, right? Like there'd be a little bit of variance here, right? And that's sort of stuff like that. But you can clearly see the stuff is very compact, right? So so here's the thing. The biggest, even wrestler females you're ever going to see is like 200 some pounds. Ones that weigh over that are always like big, round, Rubenesque sort of big booty mamas, right? Like, and so they couldn't walk like that. They wouldn't be able to pick up 400 or 500 pounds and start scooting across zippity doo dah across this sort of thing. So when the guy, he said that the bare minimum was 700, And so we'll go by the barest minimum, even though we know it weighs way more than that, because a little pressure plate that's only inches around is not the size of the giant patty pot. The only way you could do that is you would make a steel replica of the giant patty foot that wouldn't be able to bend and whatever, right? And then hammer it down exactly like that, an identical one. Then you could get the true, probably near measurement of what the weight would have been, right? But unfortunately now, I mean, you don't know if the conditions of the soil's the same or whatever, right? So this may not, but at least it might still give you somewhat of an idea, right? But when you got different pressure plates, right, it all depends on the size of them, right? And this is why it's not known in the regular film, but very few people have seen the other films that were done right at the same time. And this was this one I was looking for, and I finally got it here, right? And that sort of thing like that. Because in the original film, you can see where Roger runs by, and you can actually see a bit of his lines of his feet and the big deep footprint right near it. But this one's way better, where you could actually now see right here where he's standing and he's pouring the plaster cast. Also, look at the Titanic stride from to the next one. Here he had poured, you can see the white way past his nose there, way up above, right? Look at the distance of that. That's insane, man. So they again, even Bobby tried to like leap and all that sort of stuff, and he couldn't really like. So even with, and then of course you land incorrectly, you're going to make scuffs and all kinds of stuff. Clearly on the film, you see Patty, she goes fluid zippity doodah, right? So the strongest girls, there was any person that would have been muscular like that, if a female, especially, would have been known out there somewhere. Like somebody would have noticed somebody like this, right? So that sort of thing like that. So that means that bare minimum, we know for sure that bare minimum, the person in the suit had to weigh 700 pounds. So you really believe that some naked female had hair glued to her body, okay? Somehow had giant barbells. When you see Mark Henry carrying with 400-pound barbells, once I saw him, he could barely even walk, like about 4 or 5 feet, and he was barely the strongest man on earth, and he barely just could move, right? So now you expect that a female that is less weight than Mark Henry, likely, because the more, in order for you to be muscular, like Mark Henry was big and fat, but just like also big, muscular, older shoulders, right? And that sort of thing like that. So an unusual sort of combination where he could lift such big sort of things, but not for long again, right? And so you're really expected to believe that somehow Patty had piles of some kind of restraints that you could wrap around your body with gazillions of things. When you see 400 pounds of weights are Titanic, they're great big long sort of things to even make these. So where would you hide this all in your body and then be able to comfortably zippity doo dah and walk like that with no problems and then go up a mountain? Come on, people. I mean, it is impossible. This, therefore, it proves that it could not be an actor in a suit. It proves this. I mean, it really does, because the lowest estimate is 700. We know it had to weigh more than that. So even if we went at 1,000 pounds, that means then again that some 300, even if you were to believe a 400-pound giant female, that she was able to walk around with 600 pounds extra hair hidden in her body and walking across these things. It can't be done. So that's the bottom line, where none of the other sort of people keep doing this. They talk about this, but they're not actually really sort of putting this in a proper position. I mean, there shouldn't be an argument anymore. The person on that film was not a regular Homo erectus here, like of the general sort. This was a giant sort of version of us, right? And that sort of thing like that. It was not a person in a suit. That's the real deal. And that's the end of it. Right? And that sort of thing like that. So no matter what people want to say, that you cannot get any human being that can walk fluidly with 4, 5, 600, maybe way more pounds. We know for sure bare minimum 400. So no matter what, And where would you get a lady with such muscular physique and all that sort of thing like that? How many women want to, even if they're going to have fur put on them, how many women want to walk around naked in front of the screen? Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't like. I mean, if you keep analyzing it all and everything and how it all matches every time, where the people pass the lie detector test, the evidence all physically there, the film was not tampered with the original one, and it's 100% legitimate. All the stuff really occurred on that film. What more can we say here? So I know that in Roger Patterson and the Mighty Mr. Bob Gimlin in 1967 in Plum Creek, California, in October 27, 28 there. I'm always terrible with numbers. Like I said, you'll notice that on some of my shows. I always say something wrong with because I only have eidetic memory with pictures and weird things I've seen, not numbers. They're just nothing to me. Sort of like that way, right? Like I don't see them. My mind can't figure out a way of relating to grab that perfect number information each time, right? Sort of thing like that. But anyways, one of those 2 days and that sort of thing. And the thing is that these guys really did see Patty. Patty's real. That's the end of it. Really, because I want any scientist to argue. Come on, take it on, Joe Nichols. Let's go get some guy that's Hercules. We'll give him 400 pounds and let him walk up in that. Even with 400 pounds, we'll even use a guy that's more muscular. We'll get a big Arnold Schwarzenegger, Hulk Hogan guy because they can't be a big fat guy. Like because again, a big fat guy can never walk like that far. Anyways, I mean, I see them on the buses here, and the guy's like maybe 300 and something, and he's panting already for breath. Right? You cannot do this. Only the most weirdest individuals, a fluke in a zillion. You'll get the odd big monster guy that could actually take a good run or do different things and pretty strong and doesn't run out of breath in a second. There is a few rarities like this, but they're certainly the Patterson lady, and that's why I know she weighed such huge amounts, is clearly too. You can see the muscular sort of. This is gorilla-like stuff, and because gorillas at 6 feet tall can weigh over 1,000 pounds in a few rare instances. Okay, well then I suggest that you know something way wider, taller, another a foot here, sort of thing like that, and much more wider, and that obviously then could weigh at least that, right? So if you compare Patty to a regular giant rarer gorilla, like they usually are way less than that weight, but sometimes they have been that big, like a little over 6 feet and a little over 1,000 pounds. So clearly then a Bigfoot in the same kind of if you were to measure across, like usually these Bigfoot are quite wide and all that sort of thing like that, you would suspect highly, and with the same kind of muscular like sort of things going on, and little to no neck hair and all that, that the same thing has occurred, right? And that sort of thing like that. So that's the thing is that a wild ancient human, right? The same thing when they're this size and that muscular, they would have to weigh such a sort of thing. So clearly, then it even proves more that there's no way you could hide all those dumbbells inside of a person's body, especially for them to all of a sudden start moving fluidly. And here's the other thing. If you want, take the Patterson film. There's a stabilized version. That's the best one to see. This easy. Now flip it in reverse and make her go walking like she's on the right hand side, walking left instead of left to right, like typical. You will see in the frames there her breasts actually much more bouncing than you do on the other one. Like a couple of researchers, even old books from, I think even Rennie Din's Sasquatch one mentioned that, where her breasts sort of bounced a little bit, like sort of thing, right? You could tell that it's more natural. It wasn't like a cones or some kind of rubber of those eras, right? And that sort of thing. But on this side, when you do it, you see it way better, and you actually see underneath her chest her chest flubber, I guess, or whatever, like her chest skin, is actually being pushed in and out and bounces up against her breast as they're flinging back and forth. You actually see it way better when you do it that side. So, and you rarely see anybody even mention this. But again, there was no plastics in those eras or any kind of thing like that that could have duplicated this kind of natural. This is clearly a natural female's breast. Or some guy with some big boob problem, right? Yeah, over hormones problem of some sort, right? But whatever the case, right? And also because Patty turns front wise too, right? And that you also, like, because she's turning that way, you notice some other muscles too that kind of stand out a little bit better than if you're playing at the typical version. So keep an eye out, look for that as well. But so, like I said, many, even some young people I've seen on the odd show, they say, well, yeah, yeah, the Bigfoot, they must be, how could a person walk around like that? But they don't really, nobody's ever, I've been sort of more, I used to talk about Ivan with this and different ones. I've always, this is the main reason I believe the film was real, because of these footprints. It's the giant weight of them that I know that you cannot get a human to have these kinds of muscles, that good of a suit, all made in such a quick time, because it wasn't that long previous that Roger just discovered these by seeing a couple of pictures in a paper of some people finding a couple of footprints. He follows them. He gets Bob to keep helping him track. They find a third set of footprints. Patty's there. And then they start finally going down to check Bluff Creek one more time. And bingo, there she is, right? So she, as far as I know, was meeting these other two, and they were some kind of small family unit, right? And that sort of thing like that. Even M.K. Davis, there's a part where you see seemingly like possibly another Bigfoot, but I don't think so. I think that's actually Patty, that somehow when the guy moved, that it didn't pick it up for a billionth of a second, and all of a sudden she's here now, where there was this lapse of time, like when the way he moved his camera or something had got her out of view for maybe a split second before you see her again, right? Like sort of thing. Or maybe he picked her up at first before she went to the creek, not realizing that second, then all of a sudden she turns around and goes on the creek, right? Like whatever, to get her drink of water, right? I'm not sure, but there is this other frame that you can see that possibly could be another Bigfoot of some sort, but it certainly looks just like her. So I suspect more that it's something like that. But whatever the case, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Patterson film is real. Patty is real. I don't see how Joe Nichols or any human being can, if you were going to go to court and fight about it, I mean, if illogical people are just forgetting that Sasquatch will say that it was a bear. So we all know that bears are real, right? If you looked upon the evidence of the person tells you that they saw the bear, the giant footprints are there, all this sort of things. Any person in court would agree that yes, this is a real bear, and no human could weigh like 2,000 pounds to make the bear footprints, right? Like in other words, you sort of mean they would do that and 100% vote that yes, this was real, what you're seeing on the film, if they were being honest and that it was an animal that they're not going to be made fun of saying that. But once you get something where a scientist guy or anybody else is making you try and look foolish that you're saying this is what it is, right? Well, then people get panicked, right? And they don't want to. So even though they fully know the truth in their heart, they're just going to give you mundane explanations, right? And that sort of thing like that. And I mean, these things exist here. Like here's this tribe there. A lot of them get these strange sort of foot like this, right? It's very more flat and wide out because of the terrain and some kind of genetic sort of thing, right? As far as I know, even the Mossberg cripple print might have been one of these strange ones where it was actually born this way, right? Instead of actually maybe something breaking his foot, right? There's my old buddy Ivan Marks and Rennie the Hidden. I believe that, I never had any dealings with him, but I believe that could be Bob Titmus sort of thing. But, I mean, You know, like what we won't comment on Ivan's films, sort of thing like that. Because I just really like this fellow. He was magnificent. But I do know that the Boss for Cripple print, I held it in my hand. I saw strange pour-like things in it. Totally couldn't have been made out of a piece of wood or any kind of thing like that. So also, I even had no idea that they were following other tracks and ran into this, and then these tracks disappeared into the water. The creature actually swam across some kind of little river or something, right? Or waded across it or whatever, but it vanished from there. Okay, sort of thing like that. And they were tracking other ones and came into this, and they first found these tracks. Nobody knew where they were going, and so Ivan didn't decide to get even the first set of tracks. Like, in other words, it was just randomly found by them, by goofing around, right? Like they were just on a hunt, right? Here you can see even like fossilized old stuff of a Bigfoot-like footprint, right? So I mean, clearly these things exist, right? Like I mean, but I mean, like I said, the Patterson film, that's another two things on there that can corroborate and add to the case that it clearly was real. Because again, I challenge Joe Nichols, I challenge any skeptic on this planet, go to Bluff Creek, get some person that can weigh 300 to 400 pounds, and give them then this kind of weight. Somehow shove it up their bum or wherever you're going to do, and make them wear a suit, and now get them to zippity doo dah and go up those hills and do the same thing like Patty did. You can't do it, and you know it. Right? So then, therefore, there's no other conclusion. There's only two answers: either something's real or it's not real. So, since we know it cannot be a human in a suit, then the only other logical explanation is yes, the Sasquatch exists, right? And they could be again this particular patty kind, a ancient form of human, or as far as I know, these because he made us in our own image. Maybe a zillion years ago when they first started, the guy looked like an orangutan or a gorilla or whatever. And as far as I know, that's even a primitive form of us, even possibly, and that they learn to when they offspring sometimes they over time, this particular group, one of them started because of the mountainous terrains and that started walking upright more and getting these flat feet, as far as I know. Like any kind of version like this, all I know is that no matter what, we did not start as a chip man or any kind of thing. We just started at some kind of base thing with a blank hard drive that can evolve us into gazillions of kinds, giants to little ones to all kinds of variants, super hairy, non-hairy, green colored skin, and all kinds of weird variations are out there, but they're all part of this Bigfoot strange human-like phenomena, right? And that sort of thing like that. Sort of thing like that. So, I mean, here's a couple other sort of interesting ones, like the Ojibwe in that group, they call it the Sabe, right? And I'll just give you a couple of reports here that I got. In 1978, two Ojibwe men saw a Sasquatch while out hunting. The creature was only 4 foot tall and looked like a baby gorilla again, right? Like very similar, like what I saw in the Kickapoo Creek, right? Sort of thing. So this is that you can see, like, no matter where it is, always the same. That you got the big versions, the little versions, all this throughout each century and each time. Therefore, indicating again that one isn't coming from, like we didn't start there and then just never turn back to the other. You just go with the flow. So if you're in a jungle environment, you're going to turn into more patty hair, like hair, right? And that. Or if you're in another environment, you're going to turn into these little fellows, like, or that could be a young version of one, right? Here, the Salagi giants, three tribesmen saw while fishing a swamp in North Carolina in 1970s, a 10-foot hairy ape eating a fish, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, these stories are consistent everywhere from every native group, everything like that. And conveniently, they probably did come from the native, the Asian, the North American, the different ones that all have appeared here over the ages from different continents and things like that that could have came from them. Like that's the original sort of how the first Bigfoot guy came from that particular one, right? Because this happens all the time. Like I said, my grandmother saw this twice, not knowing what hypertrichosis is or lycanthropy, and actually they believe fully that this woman had sex with a dog or a wolf in one of the events, and the other one they thought that the lady had sex with a chimp, and this is what they really believed, right? And that sort of thing like that right here. Yeah, here's these two guys that I had interviewed. They're Kaimichi's Mountains. Late 70s, two hunters shot a Sasquatch as they charged them. It screeched and retreated back in the forest. I examined, still laying there, the old tracks of the beast, and for sure they weren't bears. I mean, they were really big and quite deep in the ground. That's what impressed me. But they were all sort of dried out and cracked all along the toe edges and different things like that. But it certainly couldn't have been a bear or any of that sort of thing like that. So even though I was younger and I wasn't a deadly expert at it, just their whole story, the tracks, you even saw where the thing stopped and turned around and started running like back into the woods because they shot him, right? It was screeching and everything. And I feel sorry for the poor fellow, right? Or sort of thing like that, right? But I mean the tracks, we didn't have any ruler with us or anything like that. I didn't even think of that when I was, because these two kids that either both of them were their uncles or one was the uncle and the other one was a cousin or something like that. But anyways, these two cousin guys had these two that I'd interviewed and sort of thing like that, and so they just got this done quick, and then they brought me up and showed me, and these tracks were still there because it had happened. I'm not sure exactly like how previous that it was, but it wasn't long, like that sort of thing, right? Because I just asked about a thing, and because we saw this giant buzzard thunderbird sort of thing and they were shooting at it, right? I just said, hey, have you guys ever hear any stories? Because I'd always ask every place I go, right? And they said, wow. They said our relatives just shot at one just not that long ago and it was up here, right? So we went up and tracked up there, and I mean it goes up in more mountainous stuff. There's no roads there, no humans. Fully you could have groups of them living there for the next zillion years, right? And I didn't realize this, but I found out that there's a lot more sightings around there. The natives in the area actually have an ancient history of it. And at that time, I didn't know that, right? I'd never heard much stories from the Oklahoma mountains, right? But these Kaimichis is fully believable. I saw it. I caught fish species that scientists didn't know existed in this system here until just about 5 years ago. And I was totally shocked by this. I didn't realize this. I'd got so many kinds of species. There was spotted bass in there, and white catfish, and flatheads, and blues, buffalo fish, sort of thing like that. I think there was smallmouth, largemouth buffalo. There might have been black buffalo there too. I don't remember. Sort of thing like that. But I caught so many kinds of species, right? And that kinds of things like that. Smallmouth bass, a gar of different sorts, and different all kinds of things, right? So a whole smorgasbord of stuff. But the scientists were up there. This is like not that long ago, about 5, 10 years ago or something. I saw the article about it and I said, what, really? Yeah. So yeah, I've done this a lot of lakes where I've gotten things like in the Otter River of Beaufort and different sort of all kinds of things where these creatures aren't supposed to be there, but they do, right? So this is what I'm saying. You rely way too much on a guy in a laboratory that only can get an expedition paid for occasionally. The guy does a little bit of random netting in the lake, and he writes his thing and says, "Oh, here's the species that we caught." Then they just believe that's what it is, but yet there could be hundreds more that they're not seeing, right? And that sort of thing like that. So, but here I got this really interesting story that this guy told me that is just absolutely fascinating. Russian soldiers killed by possible Sasquatch variation World War One. Mountains of the Dead. These Finnish and Russian soldiers both were on this mountain, and the Russians went up ahead, and the Finns were behind the Russian soldiers. So finally, when they got to the peak of the area, right, sort of thing like that, these Russian soldiers for 2 days were screaming and fighting, and all kinds of, you'd hear this screaming and crazy stuff, right? So finally, these Finns, when it was quiet for a long time, got up there. These guys were all dead, man. There was like roughly over a little hundred slaughtered, I believe, and that sort of thing, with their arms and heads ripped off and all kinds of stuff. And they said it must have been by some great animals. So what the hell? Like, I mean, yeah, like these guys were so scared, just like in the the past event, they found them hidden on all, like, down, crouching, and not even shooting their guns. They were so scared that after so many got killed that they weren't even using gunfire anymore or anything. They were just hoping for the best to get the hell out of there, right? And that sort of thing like that. So, I mean, totally crazy. And so what's even nuts about this is that apparently down around the same sort of areas where the Diatla Pass is, right, there is this valley somewhere that's around there that this guy, his I believe his great grandfather or well, one of the two, anyways. This guy was in the First World War, and there was a secret base that may still be there that apparently is in this valley area of the Mountains of the Dead, the exact same place. And this guy claimed that these Almas, like a Bigfoot, a Yeti, right? Sort of things, when they would patrol around down in this valley at night, some of their soldiers would get killed by them and attacked, or they'd shoot boulders at them and all kinds of crazy stuff. And apparently they caught some of them. So they have this secret, was a Russian sort of deep, it goes down like massive, like maybe a few miles down in the ground. So these Russians actually had this secret laboratory where the first floor, the workers do not know what goes on the second and the third. So somehow this guy's great grandfather, I believe, or great grandfather, one of the two, the guy got promoted, right, and that sort of thing like that. And what they were supposed to do is when they send you down to the new floor, they're supposed to clear out anything that they don't want you to know yet. Like, that is secret clearance. Each level is different. So you have to fully be first given all the information and then finally pass for the next security clearance before they'll allow you this new info. And this guy went down there and he said that there was these almas that were chained up 10 to 12 feet tall in all these different rooms. Some were on a laboratory bed, all chained up, sort of restrained, right? And that they seemingly were doing experiments on them and that. So I wonder, is it feasible that when this Diatla Pass happened, and all of a sudden both governments, the Russian and the U.S. one, because they're spying on each other, right, and all that sort of thing, started doing this Bigfoot hunt, then all of a sudden they stopped. What if some other bigger wigs in the Russian thing, that they didn't tell them that there's a secret base there? So now they tell the Russian guys that first started the investigation, say, no, sorry, guys, Almas are real. You don't have to chase them. We have them. We do experiments on them. We have this. This is only need to know information. We're only telling you because you're doing this investigation. You need to stop it and, mind your own business, right? So that could be very feasible that this guy actually has the answer here. That's why they stop doing the thing. there's groups of these dudes that are still living up in certain areas of Russia where there's way more of them, and that the Russian people, these scientists, have been doing experiments on them at least since the First World War in this area. Here's another one, like 1925, Pamar Mountains. Russian troops investigate cave and a hairy man beast attacked at them. General Toplinsky's men killed the beast. He was covered in fur, thick brows, big chest, 5'6" height, old. He was sort of like older, they believed, with some gray calluses on his feet. The arms super strong, teeth like humans, very strong, right? So again, what did I tell you? This guy here is way smaller than the typical Bigfoot like things. But again, this is what I'm saying. This is one of these ones where whatever, if you're going to become a medium guy, a small guy, or a large guy, if you're furry enough and you inherited enough of the previous sort of one, right, where more the guy's feet are thicker to protect from the cold and all this wacky stuff, that you inherited from your parents, but you just happen to be smaller, you can still survive the thing. So you're just like a smaller Bigfoot, right? And maybe a lot of times there's less of them because maybe the big gene in certain areas stays the most, right? Because that's the most likely one to survive and that sort of thing like that. But you can clearly see that this has been happening, and governments seemingly know that these guys exist, right? And it would make sense then because nobody shares each other's secret clearances and all that, right? So you could clearly see why that the Russian group, like let's say the regular KGB, didn't know that there's a secret base because it's not their level. Only more higher up than them would know this. They were only given this information to stop them from making this too public and doing searching, getting other people to search that may notice their secret base, right? You see what I mean? Like, so I can see why they would stop all that, plus to deny that they exist, right? Because they don't want you to know that. So I think that these guys actually know certain government groups out there, especially like, Zana. I mean, how anybody keeps denying Bigfoot. Again, you have these soldiers way out in the middle of the frozen tundra, which no human normally could be able to survive walking around naked. Yet she was. She probably shrunk over the years. The guy estimated she might have been about 6'10", but originally they said she was a little over 7 feet. And of course, people shrink over the years, and she was caged even in that. So I would imagine that probably when she did get older, when that guy finally tests on that skull basis and the stuff that they had, you would then give that estimate, but forgetting that she actually might have shrunk 4 or 5 inches, right? So where do you find a naked 300 some pound monster with giant muscles or whatever, right? And all that sort of thing, out in the middle of the wilderness, walking around naked with a pointed head, and her children come werewolfish, exactly like sort of like I said, because it's a half and half, right? So all this already proves these things. You can't say that a Bigfoot-like person didn't exist. I already showed you 2 videos before, and Santa was one, right? So, I mean, there's various size, different, small, and very rarely can they be caught, right? Because they happened to get her because she was crossing in a big open tundra. They had horses, and they could all circle around her. She had no possibility of escape, right? But most of the time, these guys don't do it this way, and they hide well, and you know what I mean, because probably inherit good hearing and other things that would help them along to adapt in that. I've always wondered these, like I presume they must die or stuff, but certain ones again, I mean, you're going to have maybe some that could be born possibly blind, with hearing issues, all kinds of things. This would be a very difficult for the mother to raise in such a chimpish environment, right? And that sort of thing like that. So I always wondered what would occur with them. Would the odd rare one be lucky enough to make it? Or maybe like, or would the family unit just feed them daily and they stay in the cave? Like, you sort of mean like that. These things would be interesting, those parts of it, that wondering why do you never run across a Sasquatch that doesn't hear well. You see what I mean? Like I mean, sort of thing. But maybe they even ones like that. Maybe the guy senses you by smell and by the ground feeling tremors and stuff like that. That something's around them. It could be like other senses might take over, right? But I've always wondered that. Like it's interesting that you never that you would think that the odd fluke one couldn't hear well so that the person could get up on them better or whatever, right? Like that kind of thing like that. But I mean, this is hard to know. Maybe that's why some people have snuck right up on them. Maybe this is true that the odd one does have like a hearing problem like a regular human being or not too well of eyesight. And but they still have all this strength and speed and everything else. So once they see you and they panic or whatever, or decide to attack at you or whatever. Either way, you better hope not, right? Sort of thing like that. But you can clearly see that sort of thing has always existed here, and in ancient times to today, that we have gotten them sometimes, and truly. I believe that all of these could have even been created not that massive each time, long after some wild people are out in the woods for a while. Eventually, some offspring like this may occur, and if you get more of them and they all live in a mountainous like area and they keep passing this gene on, whether the odd time the guy gets smaller or bigger or whatever, a lot of the same kind of genes there, they become more muscular, more everything. Finally, you get the giant kinds, right? That and all that sort of thing like that. But all of them again, the giant guy could like this guy had a child where the guy's an old man and he's only 5 foot something. Maybe even these Bigfoot ones when they're smaller, they chuck them out. Maybe the boss like ostracizes him or whatever, right? Picks on the little guy, so he goes and finds his own area, but he's still strong enough and everything to survive this cold environment and all that sort of thing, right? So, but anyways, we'll get next into our lake monsters here. So next year, I wanted to talk about the chupacabra of the Outaouais. Now you can see I got an old believer muskie lure here from back in the day. I don't even remember what that was, but I've been using it for so long. Before they were swim whizzes and believers started being a knockoff of them, sort of thing. But anyway, it's quite an older one, and they're about a foot long. So what I was going along and I had to go to the bathroom in this near this water system, and in behind these bushes there's this abandoned like area, and the second I went around there, this giant circular thing like a UFO sort of thing. Can you see the grass there? Do you see how weirdly flat it is? Anywhere else around was all standing up like perfect normal, right? And that sort of thing like that. And you can see right here where the bone things is coming out of the creature's head. Something bit this thing right off, or chopped it like some kind of laser beam or something. There was only one microscopic little blob of dried blood on a piece of grass that was so small I just noticed, and it might not even been blood, it might have been mud. It looked more like blood that was dried, right? But I could be wrong. It might have even been mud. But whatever the case, that was the only thing. So how is it that a creature comes along that, like, I mean, look at the teeth on this thing. I mean, they were huge. They were terrifying. And I tried to match it up with wolverines, badgers, and all the kinds of normal creatures, raccoons and skunks and these different ones. And the teeth count doesn't match with any of these. So this is strange, right? And the creature, what I also thought was weird is there should have been all kinds of birds and other creatures and flies and other things eating away at this creature's eye that was still there, right? So this guy wasn't even killed that massively long before, because there's 5 million flies at that time of year, right? And why was it that everywhere else, even coming into it, the grass had never been stepped on by a human or anything? It was all and just this weird circular thing. So did did a space aliens come down here and do one of these experiments like a poor Linda Moulton Howell she'll be really missed there. I mean, she was such a nice lady. I did have one little speaking with her once, and the second I saw her, I just thought she was like so cute and everything, right up my alley. I would love to have gone on a hunts with her, right? Like, I mean, because and I love that she's a writer and skilled and all that sort of thing like that. So that's right up my alley, right? And I like the cute glasses and her sincerity. Like, I mean, she was a really decent woman and really was into this, right? Like so for me, that's a good sort of one that I would hang out with, right? Also, there's this one, if you've never seen her, there's this one called Autumn, and she ran across a Sasquatch ages ago, and it possessed her, and she been chasing them ever since, right? And I've read a lot of her material. She's, anyways, if you haven't seen her, she's a real cutie boy. So I definitely would hang out with her anytime, run a Sasquatch hunt, whatever the heck she wants. It's all good. Sort of thing like that. So I mean, so I like these kinds. I like women that are, passionate about whatever they're doing. So even if it was a different subject, at least she's into what she's doing, right? Like I like this, right? Like Mia's fishing, right? But also cryptozoology sort of subject, period, right? Or the strange, the abnormal, right? Like I love these two subjects more than anything on this planet, right? And the two are quite mixed together, right? I've been collecting giant fish stories and have many of my own since a little child, right? I've been totally fascinated by this sort of thing. So, but when I found this, I mean, I find this really strange. So I would suspect that this creature would have had to been like, look at his head. Okay, so what is that? I don't. It's hard because he's at an angle, right? So okay, so if I took it like this and I put it like that, yeah. So maybe 3/4 way across it. So possibly like about an 8-inch skull on it, somewhere in this sort of range. Maybe a little micro less, maybe a little bit more, but somewhere in that sort of range. Okay, and then what could be that big to then grab the creature and be like another bigger chupacabra that has now slapped this creature's neck right off and took away the rest of the material without putting blood all over the grass, no flies, no anything. Do you not find this strange? Right? So, I mean, I find this really bizarre, right? So, I don't know, but I mean, I posted up, think a different photo of it. I'd taken several, and luckily, I just happen to have a camera with me, so that one of the rare times that I do, right? And same with my duck nest monster that nobody's still been identified. I've never seen anything about it since. There was in a newspaper a similar like creature that they said mystery bird, and it was also about the same size, like a monster, and all kinds of speculation. Is it like half swan duck, this kind of thing, right? Like a half swan geese, that. But clearly, that was a duck mixture of some sort, right? Whatever this thing was. But can you imagine in this same area? A giant 4-foot rat was witnessed by this Asian guy, a chihuahua eating muskie that would attack people's dogs. What other crazy? The space alien, a weird chupacabra guy here, not far off, like actually very close. I mean, I would consider it the same place, right? And that sort of thing like that. And what other wacko stuff? Many other strange things, like further up, of course, you had a 90-foot mahogany sea serpent and all kinds of things like that. And I actually have evidence of something like this that probably proves their stories were true, right? And I like I said, I had many ancient old Ottawa River monster stories listed up, Kingston and that. In old days, many of these serpents were exactly like this. Some had a ridge on them, some didn't, but like pipe-like shape, some up to astonishing sizes, like 150, 200 feet long in the earliest recorded stuff. I suggest these were really old beasts that because the pollution and the amount of fish and they inherited those genes, there was super titans. And there still is in the oceans, but it's not as much that they get into these lakes seemingly, and these the a lot of these creatures seemingly have shrunk a little bit, right? Like that sort of thing. So it's interesting, right? But you got to admit that this is all flattened out. I'm sure Linda would have loved this, like to investigate this. I didn't want to touch this thing. I was petrified that I was going to catch some wacko sickness, or maybe they had radiation from the space aliens. Like when the amount of strange things I've seen over my life, I can't be like Joe Nichols because I know that there's weird things out there, right? Like I can't prove some of them, but I suspect in high reality that they actually really exist. And I know for sure that UFO, somebody flies spaceships in the skies. So that I can 100% tell you because I've seen them. And they were not in the remotest likeliness a human being flying these like in the so why is it there's a circular pattern in here? You can clearly see all this grass is flat, and even weird is why is it so much of a dead and then other parts healthy and oh, somebody, I think it was Linda or years ago, somebody mentioned on some of these crop circle ones that if the plant goes a certain way that there's something to it or whatever, and this weird thing, and I can't remember if it had something to do with radiation or that the plant's was trying to do something in reverse or something, like some kind of weird thing where you can tell then it's not made from like boards or something like that. And I don't remember the formula. That I think it might have been Linda or some other British researcher or something like that, and they had mentioned this, and I just noticed some of these grass here are bent strange, right? Like as if some like as if the some parts the alien like device or whatever it was, right, didn't crunch down as much. Like let's say there's a little rim on the bottom of the UFO and that kind of thing, right? Like, but I wonder this because in Ottawa many times UFOs have been seen, so it's not like. And from the 1800s, I interviewed the only witness in the whole world, except in the newspapers at the time, that I can find in the Ottawa area. She saw over the Parliament buildings a bunch of these silver UFO discs, and they all flied around. The family was terrified. They came back from some shindig really late at night, and these things were there. They were hovering right in the dark and completely all around the Parliament buildings. Conveniently, the White House, the Kremlin, every single one around the thing, right? So, and I mean, this lady, I know she told me she saw a leprechaun in a fairy, but I mean, she was young. Maybe she did hallucinate this, but how the hell do I know? Maybe these things actually in some reality exists out there. There's this bizarre film that gives me the creeps if you've never seen it. This guy from England, I think it was England or Ireland, what it was somewhere, one of these European ones around there. This guy is in this forest and the family says, hey, what's that thing? And the kids are there, and this creepy little fairy like dude, but like seemingly more like a male instead of a female, and he's flying down and he was all peeped off. And I mean, this thing, I don't think that's CGI, like, but either it's a known species of insect that really looks like a little human being. I mean, it gives you the creeps, right? So, like, I wonder in my mind, like, how could it be that everybody tells you it's a fable, but how could it be for thousands of years and all these references that the only thing about fairies, though, is even in ancient times, clearly some of these were childlike stories, right? Like sort of thing where I don't think they actually were based on anything. But then there's other ones that old George had told me about this little lake. I covered it in another show, and I can't think of the name of it right now. But it's so small that it's ridiculous. And there was this dragon and fairies that lived all around the forest. And every evening, these people were petrified of this dragon lizard monster. He would come down there and I guess drink water or maybe eat fish if there's any in there. He didn't. He kept saying, "Yeah, there's fish, but I don't know." He didn't seem to know those aspects of it, right? But he had some wacky relatives or something, and he was traveling around, and he got to this village where this little microscopic lake is, and a sort of thing. Semitis, yeah, Lake Semitis or Semitis, something like that. And they told him that he said that like ages ago that there was this dragon monster, and he was small, right? And he lived in there, and he would come at night and attack their, like, if they had chickens or weird things. So everybody, the children, everybody was told to stay indoors once it started getting dark because he'd always come out to the water, right? And he said that these people were telling the truth, right? Like, and I mean, all kinds of wacky stories he told me about giant man-eating catfish. And at the time, I had seen some early German newspaper reports and other things that these things exist and that people were claimed to be attacked by them. But it was still like in your mind, kind of, yeah, sure, like sort of thing. But then finally, I started seeing more and more evidence of Russian early commercial fishing up to 15 feet monsters, and even some mention in other older manuscripts up to 20 feet long. So for sure, at one time, they for sure were the world's largest catfish. They claim the Mekong, but not really. I mean, there's weight-wise and just length-wise, there's better records that are much more official from all kinds of sources that likely they were telling the truth. And the same with these people reporting these drag pike through the centuries. They actually really existed. They may not now, but they actually did, and clearly this creature did. And so I don't know what this thing was, but I find it strange that no flies would go around it. Why is it like a circular sort of thing like that? If it was a monster, a bear, let's say, that got in the city, how, like, he grabbed it and chopped his, and his mouth is so big that in one clear bite he just was able to inhale it? Or did he drag it off? And if he did, why wasn't there blood then, right? Like, do you not see my conundrums here? Really? So I find this strange, right? Like, so I wish Linda was still around so she could help me with this mystery, really, because I love that, right? Like, yeah, investigate the spot. Maybe there's radiation in it, as far as I know. I don't like going near it anymore, right? Because I suspect that could be possible that this was really a one of these ones where they capture animals and things, and you know what I mean. And they've been doing this since time began, right? They test on different ones, right? So maybe that's what it was. I don't really know, but you got to admit that why is it there's no flies, no bugs, all dead grass there and flattened like by some big heavy object, no footprints coming from other areas that somebody would have walked in there to do this. No crushed grass all around. It's all healthier as it goes out further out, right? And there's no difference of sun quality in this spot than there is in any of the other ones, right? Like, it's open, the trees are in behind you, sort of thing. They don't really shade it, really. So I mean, why only this spot and why circular, right? And even if it was a beast, I would suspect again that this dog would have to be like the size of at least a smaller dog of some sort. Like, I mean, the guy's got like possibly a 7-8 inch head. Normally if you had that with a dog, you're gonna have like, I don't know, like another 2.5 times the length, at least bare minimum, I would imagine, sort of thing. So, I mean, this guy had to be like pretty decent size here, right? Sort of thing. So, what on earth would be able to just in one bite like that do that? Right? Like, so, or did they laser this guy? But I went to the next day to collect this thing because then I had gloves and a bag, right, and it was gone. So very strange, right? So, but anyways, I mean, I don't know. It's still a mystery to me. But if anybody has any ideas, but I mean, the front pangs on this dude was wild. But I just found it really creepy that there was no flies, no bugs around. Why wasn't there any blood? Why was it circular like that? And I find it really weird. So anyway, yeah, I mean, but like here, one guy wrote in, "Dear Mr. Crypto, I live on a farm in Tennessee and saw a chupacabra over a deer sucking blood out of it. It looked gray in color with no hair, somewhat looked like a wolf with large fangs and 218 Reggie." Well, I believe you, Reggie, because there is one there. Because could you imagine you're going to the can and then one of these things starts running at you, or even worse, whatever grabbed it, right? Yikes, man. Because, I mean, this thing snapped this dude's head right off. Like in one shot, you can clearly see the snap where those two bones are there coming out of his neck. right? Like they look like they were bit right off, like snapped right off somehow, right? So maybe if these aliens, if it's true, like all these cattle mutilations, like, and like I said, there's hundreds of years of this. I know a lot of researchers thought it started in the 60s, but that's not true. There was way before that similar like things where they found the female's body drained of blood and all kinds of weird stuff and blaming it on possibly a giant bear monster to different things, but really it wasn't, right? Like obviously, and even a Sasquatch like once where the guy's like a werewolf and he and would try and bite you and suck your blood out of you, right? And even ones that look like a vampire, like, and very strange ones where the guy picks up this girl in the 15th century. One of the creepiest things I've ever read in my entire life. This really happened. They got this listed of this girl's death, right? This girl went out onto the major road, and this creepy coach comes by, right? And the guy says, "Do you want to come in for a drive?" Sort of thing, right? So they saw her go in. Some of the townspeople that were walking around and stuff like that. So she starts going off, and this guy seems to then fly off into outer space, like the coach went up into the skies and vanished. Now get a load of this. Then it came back, and they see it going down and going click, clock, click, and this, and the body was thrown out. And they found the girl after, and she was drained of her blood. And there was other ones like this where they found just the female or sometimes a male just drained of blood like that. And that's why some of these people really believe in vampires and things like that. So what if these, like a Men in Black creepy version exists out there that the guy does experiments on you, but in a different way. Like some, they're not going to kill you and just take something from you or implant something in you or whatever, right? For this sort of thing. But then others, maybe they have to do like a full whatever, some kind of wacky thing, and sadly the poor mortal person is going to suffer from this, right? So they have these creepy ones, like a Grim Reaper like sort of character, right? Like a Death Angels and these kinds of ones, right? That will come down, they do something, and sadly you're not gonna, but maybe like your spirit like thing keeps on and they allow you to be as somebody else. I have no idea, like some kind of weird thing, maybe like they still do the experiment because it's the host human body they're interested in, that whatever, like seeing how it's working with whatever this Yahweh's group is. Like what they look like, these spirit like fiery things, right? That's the idea, is that somehow we're probably that, and the host of our body is just like a computer like sort of thing where that's your man, but hosts for this planet to work correctly and all this kind of weird thing, like something like that, right? Like it's like I said, like a genetic code, it's only allowed to do so much, right? But it can adapt, right? And obviously like this creature has with big fangs. Sort of thing like that, but very interesting. Anyways, we got him like a bit out there, but anyways, next there we got some really fascinating Sasquatch like sort of prints there, and a covering of a strange one that was filmed on tree cams, and about Roger and that. I got some new evidence and that sort of thing, and some wild Bigfoot people, and then we'll be going on to this Reevolution, and then finally the these lake monsters, and then the Tombstone and that. So, anyways, we got a lot more to cover here. So, anyways. It is, folks. This is the legendary Tombstone real photo. Okay. Now, here's how it works. Here's the original newspaper article, okay, from the Tombstone epitaph. A winged monster resembling a huge alligator with an extremely elongated tail and an immense pair of wings was found in the desert between the Whetstone and Huachauca Mountains last Sunday by two ranchers who were returning, I think, from some drive or something. I have the paper in parts, and I couldn't. It's you won't be able to see it. It's so huge, right? And that sort of thing like that. But I'm going to cover every sort of detail here. Now, what I did this time is I included more of it, but I actually have way more of the film in the front, picture in the front. I got it to the right, showing the general store signs. Okay, so now here's the thing. When I talked to Bernard and Ivan about this, they seemed to recall that they had saw this photo, which I believe is what they saw, and they remembered the newspaper article. And but both of these guys were sent this by other people, individuals that I presume some either earlier family member had kept this, and they happened to run across one of his books and said, "Hey, well, we know something about that, right?" And that sort of thing like that, just normal urban local knowing sort of things going on, right? And that sort of thing like that. So in their mind, they just probably presumed that the photograph was in the paper, but if you read the paper, it actually says that they're going to be dragging it to Tombstone, Arizona, have a scientist look at it and ship it off to some scientist guy, right? And they said he should be there in a day or two. Okay, so the thing is that's why the newspaper didn't have the photo, because it wasn't there yet. They had just picked up the story, right? So then they had to wait for a guy, and there was much lesser of these people with a real sort of camera, right? Like even for the newspapers, that, but it was usually some guy that would have one of these, right? A lot of them didn't have a lot of this sort of thing, right? So then it said in the paper. Now here's the weird thing. I don't have in front of me, and I always get threes and eights mixed up. But anyways, in the paper it claimed it was 168 feet or 163 feet. So I knew that when I first saw this ages ago that I mean, it's hard to believe, right? Like I mean, that sounds really out there, right? Like sort of thing like that. So then I thought, well, what if they meant the guy by accident meant like 16.8 feet or 16.3 feet? See what I mean? Like if you put 168 feet, but if you put the 8 by accident toward, right beside the 6 and the 1, you would read it as 168. But if you added 16 and then a point and then 8, right, then it would have been 16 and 16.8 feet, right? You see what I mean? Like a thing like that, right? So I thought that. But then when I found this photograph about 8 years ago in this archive, right, and that sort of thing like that, it was 7, 8 years ago. I was just when I was starting to get sick and numb, and you know, I'm one of the strangest anomalies in the world. I had about 5 of them say to me, "Wow, that's really weird. I mean, you've had this in you for massive years, and yet you didn't get anything more." And it's not supposed to work that way, right? So you know, so again, if you don't believe in a Yahweh guy, I have done some really strange things over the years, and that's why I believe all humans were put here for an experiment. We have a purpose, and my purpose isn't done yet, whatever it is, right? Yeah, you know, sort of thing like that, right? And that sort of thing like that. So when I was young, I had this a giant hole inside me, and you can't live through this. Like, so they had no other choice to. It was a groundbreaking like operation, and they were just about to do it, and all these people were, you know, asking the big guy in the sky to save me, and this kind of stuff like this. And I'm just a little child, and they did one more scan, and they said it was impossible. What happened? The whole hole closed up and shut up. How is that humanly possible? Totally against every scientific knowledge out there, right? So that's why I kind of know there must be, and I've even seen them in the sky, right? I know there must be some mighty beings out there that are maneuvering us, right? So I'm thankful. You know, I went through a lot of suffering too over the ages, but whoever this mighty guy, right? However the real true version works, because I don't want to say it's this guy. Like, I just think that because the Bible's so accurate that I presume this is really his name, Yahweh, right? So right on Yahweh, yeah, sort of thing like that. But that's the thing, is right. So I know that there's things that are so insanely beyond human science capabilities and beliefs that actually can happen, right? So how do you explain such things? You could say, oh, by fluke and a zillion, whatever. I'm the only known case in another one. I had a temperature of 108 point something or whatever it was, right? Another one. They said that any human being should have a completely pride mind. You should be dead, right? Like you shouldn't survive through this. I did, right? And that sort of thing like that. So, I mean, there's bizarre things out there. So, if this is really true, that all our ancient cultures that we're lucky enough where the guy actually comes down and says hello to you, or whatever, or you get to see him up on some mountain or something, right? Like, I would find that way cooler. I wish I had been born in those times. I would have loved this to go see these Oracle of Delphi chicks and all these wacky stuff, right? I couldn't be more thrilled in the universe. I'd also drag along with me Giorgio, the Brad Burns, a bunch of lady researchers. You gotta have some lady companions there, and that sort of thing, and go in this time machine and go to all these, because I know all these guys would love every one of these, right? But here's all the things. Now here's what they said. When the Ratchers shot this thing down or whatever, so it said that they were going to nail it to the Tombstone general store in separate articles that was covered around at the same time, okay, that when it goes to town, that they were going to nail it up on the main general store at Tombstone, which happens to be this. Okay, so I bet you I can get a story and to prove that that is the real building that of that time. There's probably other photographs of it. No, and I have the signs that are on the right hand side. There's other people, way more information in the front here. Okay, so then I thought, okay, so when I saw this, I said maybe it's 16.8, which is still way bigger than any known bird species or that sort of thing like that. They said, now here's what they said: the creature had no feathers. He was featherless. He was like leather. Okay, matching this photograph right here. This is the city of Tombstone. This is a general store, right? The signs are over here. It said in other articles that it mentioned that a bunch of cowboys and stuff was out in the front with it with guns and opening their arms and stuff like that. You see this, right? And as far as I know, maybe a couple more shots were taken, but this is at least the only known surviving one, right? Sort of thing like that. Okay, so I thought about it. I said, okay, what's the average width of a person? Like an average adult's got to be at least like 20 inches, most of them to way bigger, right? It could be 30, whatever, right? Like this width-wise across your shoulders, right? So we'll go with the small end of, let's say, 20 inches, okay? Now, clearly you can see this creature has no feathers, right? We can't see his tail because they actually nailed it to the store, and his tail's in behind these people, hung down behind this thing here, right? Okay, so but anyways, it matches that he's leathery. They said he had a giant beak and crest on him, identical. You can see the huge crest here. You can see the big long beak. Okay, so we know it can't be a bird. I mean, birds don't have this kind of thing. It does look like a pterodactyl creature. Also, you can see the two claws here up on the top, exactly like what they have, right? And that sort of thing like that. I've seen fossils of them, and it matches identical. Okay, so we got this so far that the paper corroborates exactly what this photograph is showing so far. Everything from the people, like the other articles that are said this at the time, and with the information that it was lettered out. Now, here's the interesting thing. Then the next thing that they said, that the cowboys that had killed it decided to cut a small sliver of its skin along the tip of its wing, along the tip of it, not chopping off the tip of it, along the tip of it. Now look at here clearly on the right hand side. You can see how beautifully nature tapered that this whole creature is. I mean, very, very naturally tapered sort of thing. Okay. Look at the beautiful taper on the right hand side. Now look at the left. All of a sudden, at the tip area, you can see it's slightly thinner than on the right hand side. I suggest exactly what they said. They said that they just took like a little pair of scissors or something and cut like a little strip around the point of the thing as a keepsake, right? And you can clearly see that there's this little missing little sliver there that's slightly different. Now, it could have been too that it was dragged along the ground and different things, a little piece cut off. But I mean, at least it matches again another part of the story. They said that they nailed it up. You can clearly see here on the, if you look at the center of the creature, now go left up his wing, going left, and when you see where the claws are, you can see in the center there, there's a white area all of a sudden. And on the right hand one, except it's way smaller, but there's a little bit of tinge of coloration difference on that side as well. But it looks like it's more a little bit in, like as if the guy didn't nail it identical on both sides, like where the nail was a little bit more closer in on one side than the other. But it would be logical that's where you would put it because it centers it, the weight would be distributed correctly, and they probably also nailed the creature's body from behind and his feet and stuff in these other sections that you can't see. But anyways, okay, so so everything so far is matching up. Okay, so now we got the length of it. Okay, so 20 inches. Now you can clearly see in the middle there's got to be another shoulder span there, bare minimum. So there's 40. There's 60. Another space there. Okay, 80. The guy again. 100. Now you got a space there. Maybe 120. A little bit less, but there's still space. Okay. 140. Another space, 180, 200, 220, 200. This thing could actually be like about 240 or so inches wide. And even if these guys were smaller, let's say they were all a gang of midgets, right? You know what I mean? No matter what, we'll even go lesser. What we'll do 220. Okay, so 10 feet is 120, right? And that so this creature would have at least been like 19 to 20 some feet here. Okay, he can't be any much less than 18, let's say, at the bare minimum, because then we got to put these guys at like about a 15-inch wide shoulders. Come on, I mean, look at the big cowboy here with the giant hat. I mean, that boy's pretty big, right? And there's big spaces all over. And this thing, so it would be interesting if somebody had an ancient document of the buildings in their old records of how big the building was. Like if that's possibly known in some kind of government thing, right? If then you would be able to calculate exactly the width of this top section here. I say this thing's 25, 30 feet here. It's got to be somewhere there, right? So I'm thinking this creature had to be like a bare minimum of 18 feet to 22 feet, somewhere in this sorts of range, okay? So that is way beyond the biggest known bird ever, or the 12-foot certain ones, right? African eagles and that sort of thing like that. And of course, we have these thunderbird sightings in a regular guide that, and you deny the greatest, most wonderful ornithologists ever Audubon in this universe, and all you silly critics called them liars because you couldn't find some of these things he described. Every one of them have been proven real now, except the last one, the Washington eagle, and conveniently he said that they were almost extinct at that moment, and they were just about to take over the beach areas. These big billionaires, these creatures probably got killed off illegally and stuff, the last little bit of pairs that there were. There's still weird sightings that would match that sort of thing, so maybe they got pushed off and are in some more remoter areas and a few exist, right? And that sort of thing like that. Okay, so here's the thing. The archive was donated from ancient, all the Old West, from the earliest photographs to the early 1900s of these old things to catalog all the old West sort of stuff, right? And in their archive, after mass hours of, they're all just numbered. And what they do is every one of them are a real photograph from that time. They're not like Photoshop stuff here. They're just real photographs of those eras with the same paper that you would see and everything like that. And it's not numbered. Nobody knows it's a pterodactyl. I doubt even the curator or anybody even notices, because all they put on it, if they knew anything about each group, they'd usually put about 6 or 7 out in a pile. You'd see them all lined out, and I took a photograph of that. So I have the photograph of it along with a pile of other authentic photographs, all from this era. Okay, so the thing is that they'd put on it, Big Magoo had a bar fight with Josie the whale, this kind of stuff, right? If they knew something about the photograph. And on this one, they put stork and then a big giant question mark. In other words, the curator or the lady that put the working there or whatever, that puts them out, or whatever the case, doesn't know obviously about the Tombstone epitaph story, doesn't know that birds don't have birds have feathers and this creature doesn't, right? Right, and that sort of thing, and they don't have these weird sort of claw-like things and some of the other stuff, right? So these people don't know what they own. So it's in a small little town, and I got the town. I know where the archive is. I know what the number and the sort of thing. So my idea is that because I'm not in the States, and besides Donald seems to be in a bad mood, so I'll stay clear for 5 minutes just in case we're taking over and that sort of thing like that. God bless the USA there, Donald. I just have fun. I don't like I said. The psychic guy. We are in big trouble. I know this. Like, I mean, the first time in my life I sense these sort of things. Our world is in big trouble. But I think that somehow this guy's right, that it's going to calm down, and that I wouldn't be surprised if this Barron Trump fellow has something to do in our future. That, I don't know, like I said, if he's a good or bad guy or whatever, right? But I guarantee you should be watching him. You should be paying attention what this guy's doing, and he should be sort of revered because he has very, very unusual abilities for such a young man. And because this guy's always right with his weird dreams, sort of thing like that. So I know all these things may sound crazy to people, but if you were in my position, right, when you know you've hooked a giant Angola, you know they exist. I mean, when somebody's towed around for over 3 hours in a freshwater river in front of about 5 marinas, three, four. There was that old one, yeah. So there would be the one that was around the bend too that we were almost pulled to. So between 4 marinas here, back and forth for like a little over 3 hours, and finally the hook straightens out on you, and you got the same eel slime except way more of it, all wrapped around your line and goo, right, with the same smell of creatures that you just let go hours before you hooked this, that you had already hooked some in the evening, but the regular kinds, right? Why would I say I give a Joe Nichols answer when I know already that they exist, right? I mean, that's the end of it for me, right? I've known this since a young guy here, so I mean, we're 100%, I was sure then, right? And now you got these films that prove this. Same with the Lake Michigan film. Any person that claims that's a garbage bag is silly. I mean, Tim was a really nice fellow. He filmed this out in the storm, and that definitely is, again, I'm going to go through that video too and prove to you it's not a pipe like these morons keep saying. It's some kind of oil pipe or something. I forget the stupid name that they call it, but it's clearly not this, and a million reasons, right? But anyways, this one is not as debatable. Any person that argues, like I said, with that eel film from the Balkans, you go away. You're not even worth talking and debating with, because there's nothing to debate. Any person on earth that's hooked in Angola before and would freeze these frames and look and see and that with the shape, and any ichthyologist or anybody, I could take a photograph of a regular eel from me or anything and put it there and we'll line it up in the same thing. Or maybe I'll do that on another show. And you'll clearly see it's the same thing. And these people have been telling you this for massive thousands of years. There's ancient records of giant eels attacking people and all kinds of stuff. They've been around for, and at one time when the Earth did have this lesser, more mist and stuff in the atmosphere and that, maybe they actually did get like this, like massively even way bigger. And there was way more food, way less pressure. Not everybody's commercial fishing stealing 90% of the ocean's food every second, right? And that sort of thing like that. And the same with this is that these scientists are just completely wrong with this. We've been arguing with natives and all these people, all because some guys in England here, the Darwin does his little goofy theory, along with his weak-minded buddy that created half of it, and the two of them convinced the whole world all this gobbledygook, and turning them away from what was really our purpose. We're supposed to be an experiment from a mighty race in the sky, right? And that sort of thing like that. They created us, not this other stuff. And you believe all these things, simply all these animals are in different layers all over the place from the flood and maybe previous floods in the past and that. So it all gets up and down and mixed up and down and everything. And all the rest of this stuff is theory. And that's why these creatures were still around. Of course, a pterodactyl-like monster probably could have survived a flood easily. The guy could sit up in a tall cave, right? And let's say in the 30-some day that now all of a sudden it's reaching that peak in that region where he lives, right? Now the guy can fly off. There's trees floating around all over the place. He sits on it for a couple of days. Now he reaches a new mountain and it's even higher. It hasn't been flooded yet. He flies in that one for a while. Yeah, I mean, the simplest stuff going here. Actually, I bet you way more creatures survived through this flood than what possibly can imagine. But because, again, you're not in a city environment anymore or any of these kinds of things, we then are trapped in different spots, and we only, depending on how smart our parents were and what their job was. I mean, even if you had the most mystical kingdom like Atlantis, right? But let's say the only person that survived was the janitor lady, right? And the only thing she knew how to do was scrub the bathroom well, right? Well, that's the only kinds of information she can pass on, even though her kingdom, the average individual is way more wiser than her, but because she was kept as a peasant, poor environment and just every day worked and didn't have time to dream up in the skies, right? These kinds of people, it's not that they're stupid, they're just, this is the purpose. I mean, you can't, the person's too busy. If you're a worker slave or anything, you don't have time to start dreaming up a rocket ship like Einstein and stuff, right? You see what I mean? Like that. So it all depends on these kinds of things. And this is where these guys are wrong. These creatures, all of them were put on here at first, man's later. So when you have these different time zones, it could be that these creatures, many groups of them were already hundreds or more years old, and because the mist allowed them to do this, they became titanic. And these are like an ancient sort of thing, like a bat would be of today, right? Like, you see what I mean? You would change, right? And these guys, once it's in their genetic code, these things can even occur maybe again today, where a monster guy like this could come out from some other sort of form, right? And that sort of thing like that, because it's all the same families, the same things. The dinosaurs were bigger versions of little guys today, right? And that sort of thing. Because of our atmosphere, we don't live as long. I think there's even a thing in the Bible where he said people or something won't live as long, like after this thing. So they actually mentioned this somewhere. I just don't remember what passage or what it was about exactly, but it had something to do with some kind of story where he was telling you that, right? Like sort of thing like that. So he even tells you this, right? So here's some more evidence. Besides all of that, okay, these are all authentic. They were donated from other museums and stuff, and the people probably didn't know what they had, right? So, what would be the odds that a a place that has nothing to do with pterodactyl monsters, nothing to do with any signing thing to make money here. It's just an archive. You don't have it out there. You have to find this yourself by searching serial numbers. And it could take you 1,000 years to maybe find this one like I did, right? It was just luck after about 4 or 5 hours of doing this because I was hoping to see some wacky photo that might entertain me, right? And here and because I'm so familiar with the story, I said, oh my God, this has got to be it. This is the truth, right? So I think that the newspaper thing, the only thing that went wrong here is that the newspaper, the guys were drunk maybe when they told them the story at first and exaggerated it possibly, so, or that it was a misprint. It was 16.8 feet, but maybe they just guessed that. Maybe they said, oh, it looked like 16, 18 feet, but maybe they hadn't fully measured it because I believe it would be longer than that. Like I said, it looks more like the 18 to early 20 some foot range that we're dealing with here somehow, right? And that sort of thing like that. You can see the giant sort of legs, how thick they are, the massive crest and everything, no things in that. Cooperating also with ancient native accounts, drawings on the walls, and all kinds of stuff over the ages, right? And I saw, when I was younger, I found this old Western book, and they actually mentioned one of these. They said that these cowboys were on a drive, and this giant creature that looked like they didn't even have a name for that. They didn't call it a pterodactyl or whatever. They just said it was like a giant bird that with leathery wings and stuff that looked like a bat that kept attacking at them, and right? So it could be that maybe the photograph never actually got in the Tombstone paper until way later and nobody's found it yet because if you put in Tombstone pterodactyl monster, you're not going to find it. You're not going to find it any of these kinds of things because none of this stuff existed in their mind like to put that out that way, right? But here's the article found on the desert. So if you were a researcher and you're trying to find this, I mean, who's going to type that found on the desert, right? Like, what would be the odds? So maybe there's a found in the desert part two where actually this photograph finally did appear in the Tombstone, but it had to be ages later because you would think that somebody, I've tried to go through all kinds of them and I've never found this photograph, right? And that sort of thing like that, but I haven't been able to do all of them, right? So the thing is that you would have presumed by now that with people so interested in this, that somebody would have ran across the article unless they weren't thinking like me, were to start looking at different months and even a year. Because I noticed that in old lake monster reports, Bigfoot, different ones, you would have a story, and then all of a sudden the next part of it wouldn't be for 6 months. It would say, remember last time we talked to this wonderful guy, his veracity was well known, and blah, 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 and he saw the lake monster of, Silver Lake or something. And then now, a week later, he was seen again, and then they cover up and then all of a sudden have a picture of something, right? A couple of them even have a lake monster like picture in old ones that I found and things like that, right? They're blurry, but I mean, you can clearly see there's some big animal in the water there of some sort of thing like that, right? So the thing is that sometimes papers didn't do a follow-up on it for quite some time. So either that way later, somewhere in some older next, like months later, weeks, days, whatever, that the Tombstone, this photograph is in there with some new update about it, possibly, or that some rival other newspaper that nobody's ever found or noticed that might have put it in it, or that the paper, maybe this guy. A guy got there first, because maybe they nailed it up to the general store. Now they're going to send it off to the scientist guy, and maybe the paper still didn't have their photographer yet, but some separate individual that might have had one of these, because they were quite rare, might have had it, where he took it, and maybe it never was published in that. Maybe it was published in one of these sort of old cowboy books. They used to make gazillions of them. There was probably several hundred sorts of little companies and stuff that would make these kinds of things, and the guy would read them in the coach. So maybe one of these even had possibly it inside, right? Wherever it was, this is the original one, right? So even if there was, that would have been a copy of this one. Okay, sort of thing like that, or that there's more than one photograph that exists, but clearly this is the real one. Okay, so because they're all authentic, every other picture, they're all from the 1800s. They say that this, all they know about this photograph, it was taken in Tombstone, and that it possibly is a stork, and it's got a question mark. So why wouldn't you have heard of the giant stork monster of Tombstone then? That would even be interesting, right? A 20 foot wide stork monster, right? You see what I mean? Like so I kind of suspect that either this never got printed in any of this, but so maybe these scientific guys, of course, the Smithsonian or any of these characters would have never, you would never see this again. They would never admit this in a trillion years. They would have burned this dude to death and hid this in the depths of the Smithsonian hell before they would allow the whole world to fully clarify that pterodactyls are still flying around, right? This would have made a fool of them. And because once you get on a theory, even if you know it's incorrect, you will fight to death to all your life to keep that job, to keep teaching it, to keep that. That's what I suspect. I think that many more scientists know this stuff, and they just because they're forced by powers, the old dragons in these institutions, to shut their mouth, just like the UFO community with the generals and all this. You never hear all of a sudden now gazillions that are coming out saying they've seen UFOs or know that they've talked to them and all this wacky stuff, right? So they're real, right? Like, I mean, sort of thing. I'm not the only one saying this. So you have every sort of generals, colonels, the highest people you should be respecting in the Army and the Navy and different ones, Air Force, that save and protect us, and that and they swear oaths and that, so they're supposed to be decent and honest and follow the good rule, right? I mean, of course, the person breaks things, but in general, you're supposed to accept people's word like this at a better face value because they've been trained properly to be a decent human being and that sort of thing like that. So I don't believe that's a general guy's going to risk his reputation unless it's real, that he really is concerned about this sort of thing, right? And that. So you have to analyze that the curators know that this was taken in Tombstone. They know it was this sort of thing. They don't realize that there is no such things as 20-foot wide stork monsters, right? And also that sort of don't have feathers, right? And that sort of thing like that. So my thing is once if I can get the Giorgio, David Childress, and the one and only Mr. Nick Redfern there, and that sort of thing. Because I think it'd be more fun. Like they're all so exuberant about this, and if they want to bring along Mr. Gerard, go ahead. Because I know he would. Then he could gloat for the rest of his life, say, I told you I wasn't a fool." And I'm going to do the same. Because I've been fighting about Sasquatch since a tiny child, right? With all kinds of stuff going in schools and, "You idiot, there's no such thing as Bigfoot." And then after me showing them gazillions of articles and how they'd all match up and stuff, I convinced quite a few of them to turn their viewpoint at least a little bit around and be a bit more open to it, right? And that sort of thing like that. And that's what the problem with the scientist guy is, that they're just not taught this information correctly. I mean, again, how there was a guy, that's what I was talking about before in the other show. There's this UFO show over, and I don't even know who this guy is, but all these people write up to him when they blab with him, right? And he keeps calling them UAPs, which I find extremely annoying, right? Especially an old guy like him, he shouldn't be doing that, right? Like, tell these kids to, stand in the line. Like, I mean, you did it first. You should be, like your way, not a 14-year-old's, right? That sort of thing. So I just resent that people do this all the time, right? Like everything from web browsers that I used in the 90s, a lot of them were better than some of the ones now. Like, I mean, in the functions that they had in that, some you could, edit an HTML page and all kinds of different things. And I'm like, a lot of them lack features, right? And so it's just you're paying less brain kids each time to redevelop and copy the same stuff that's already known, but tweak it with a new code. Like, I mean, it's all, like I said, people do this. The new generation always wants to pretend they invented it, right? And this sort of stuff like that, right? Like yeah, like this kind of thing. We've all been doing that. If you listen to a person in the 20s, the Roaring 20s, they were grooving on down to the Charleston. Listen, you old fuddy duddies, you guys listening to Super Mama or whatever, right? Like in the 1800s, Yoda Lady Who stuff. They were primitive ape men compared to them, according to them, right? And then 5 years later, the next group that's born, the same thing. They think that these old has-beens from the Charleston, it's time to get in the old folks home, right? Like, you see what I mean? Like, people have been doing this since time began, right? Because you're the parents, the mommy wants their little son especially. I don't know why mothers are so crazy more about sons than daughters. Me, I'd be much more proud of a daughter, sort of thing like that. But in general, right? Like, sort of thing like that. I find females way less annoying in a lot of ways, right? That sort of thing like that, and usually more adult at an earlier age, sort of thing than the boys are. But in typical, right? That sort of thing like that. But whatever the case, the mother's really like pushing their kid to make them believe that they're the greatest, scientists in the universe, and this ego in their head will keep them like this forever, right? They don't have an open-minded sort of, and can't realize defeat or anything. I mean, if I fish 10 tournaments in a row, right, and let's say I won five, and four, I came in second to eighth place or whatever like that. You can't always win, right? Like, you can't. I didn't go up and yell at them. Oh, that's not fair. You caught it with a plastic whip that I didn't have. Like, you, but this is what people do, right? Like, because their parents train them in inappropriate ways, right? Sort of thing like that. So even if you're really intelligent, you gotta start opening up your mind and listening to all around like that, and there's always something you really believe could be real. Maybe you could be wrong sometimes, and I'm the first to do this. I've apologized on the shows a few times about things that I thought of something and I was incorrect about it, right? And that sort of thing like that. So the thing is that you have to just because I want the pterodactyl monster here to be real, and just because every of the things, if you add it up, how is it possible that a collection of authentic photographs has a fake photograph in it that somebody did on purpose to fake them? That they would have had to get a real photograph from the 1800s, superimposed somehow on this real general store photograph, then superimpose these cowboys and this pterodactyl monster, and then slide it back in their archive without them knowing, in the hopes that some weirdo like me is going to find this one day and then fool the world that I think is the Tombstone epitaph photo. No, right? That's even a zillion times harder to believe than the pterodactyl monster. So what are you supposed to go by? You got a one that's helped out by a government-like thing where you got these archival sort of stuff. They're all listed by numbers. That's why nobody buys them. If you were fake artists, you would be putting this out. Hi, we're the Super Museum, the Fonzie Museum. We got all pictures of the Fonz, and the Fonz's pet was a giant pterodactyl monster. They would have this out there. There would be people all over the world wanting to see this authentic photo that they claim, right? And all that kind of stuff. No, nobody, they don't even know it exists. The curator just found it when it's given to them. They put it in a pile and that's it. They were just archiving them, right? So how is this feasible? I mean, this is a real story. You can tell there's no way this wasn't made on a Hollywood set here or anything. This is too old. These are real sort of ones here, right? That sort of thing like that. I'll show you the difference of a fake one here that goes around the internet, and we'll go back to this in a second. Okay, now look at this ridiculous one here. This is also claimed to be the Tombstone photo one. Now, look at, again, the fake Photoshop color. Look at how crystal clear their faces are compared to, again, this. Look at the difference of the colorations. I have all kinds of old photos, including some of ancient family members, where they're this color, like this, not like this. This is fake old Photoshop stuff. Now, look at how fake this thing is. You can see here that the guy on the right hand side took some kind of cow leather scissors, they call them, or something, and it's a perfect straight line down. He cuts. Now he cuts down there. Now he cuts there. Now look, on the top here, you got the main top frame, okay? On the right hand side here, you can see the main top frame, and conveniently, there looks like a piece of a tied string there. So that's where they're taking a big long vine and tying it to these other fake vines or sticks that are going down this way. Now, you can clearly see here that there's one, the top frame, two. That's it. And then you got these cuts, right? Now look at over here on this side. These guys are so lazy, they couldn't even put the correct amount. On this one, you got one up here at the top, same one, right? Okay. Now look, there's one here, two, three. So there's three on this side and only two on this side, right? So what? The guy, and they're not even the same width. I mean, this one looks a little bit wider out that way than this one, right? So, I mean, complete hogwashi and stuff here. This could be a gourd or a rotten carved down pumpkin head of some sort or any kind of thing like that. You take a piece of wood in the front there in the back and carve it out like that, like a beak, and poke an eyeball here in this thing. And these are two sticks down here. And that also notice there's no real claws like real pterodactyls have up on the top, right? So complete fakeola. This barn is probably more in the 1940s, 50s eras that still exist possibly, or even not. Because, I mean, some of these planks even look like they might have taken off of another barn that weren't that massively old or whatever, right? Like so, and you can get these signs of older kinds of signs that are retro signs. That so all these guys just got together, had about 4 or 5 gates as of Paps and Miller High Life and that, smoked some reapers, and had some shots of mezcal, sort of thing, and decided to do this for entertainment value, right? And that sort of thing like that, right? But that sort of thing. But I mean, you can clearly see though the difference, right? Like I mean, it's very, very different here. This is real, okay, and that sort of thing like that. So this way I say it's impossible. You can't argue that some creature that looked like a pterodactyl is nailed up on the Tombstone epitaph, Tombstone store, right? The same place. It's the same time zone. It's everything matches from the cutting of the little piece of the wing to how they nailed it up at the general store. You got the cowboys that were in the front of it waving their guns and holding up their hands in several side stories that matches this. And on this, that I'm not going to show you, and the other parts down below, you can clearly see way more and fully identify the store, which I'm going to send to the Nick Redford and the Georgios of them. So all I ask from them, it'd be nice if they wanted to bring me there. I'd love to say go and do the mystery with them, right? But I mean, even if they could just, all they want from them is to go there, bring some guy and either then they could have a good laugh at my expense but it still make a great show because it's still, nobody can know this. They don't know this. I can't 100% prove this yet, but I know everything in my heart that this is a real deal. This is a real photograph of a real pterodactyl-like creature that lived in the 1800s, and the only thing that was wrong with it is the story by the drunken guys that shot this probably after they had so many beers and the newspaper found out about it, that the 20-foot monster is now 168 feet long, or that they thought it was, I'm not sure how big it is, looks about 16, 18 feet or whatever, right? And the guy was supposed to put 16 and a half feet, let's say, or something, and there was a point missing, right? Or I can't see that they would use any other kind of measurement than inches and that. So whatever, there was some misprint there of some sort, right? But the story is based really on reality. The biggest known bird of the planet with wingspan 12 feet, obviously this is not 12 feet across, right? Like, I mean, any person believes that is foolish. Okay, so anyways, so this is why I say this story's real. It really is a real, authentic photograph. It's in an archive. If these guys go, all they want is that they bring a guy that can prove that this hasn't been tampered with. I'm positive they'd have the clout. Like, if I went in there and said, give me that photograph and let me, they're not going to do that, right? Because they don't know who I am or anything, right? But if you've got clout like that, and I'm sure the Giorgio Tsoukalos or that, or the Mr. Redfords and all these kind of guys, right? They would be able to do that. So all they want from them is just thank me, say, call up on the show, right? And say, here you go, my man. Either really down me out and say sorry, it looks like it was tampered with, and that, but still we can't blame you. We would have did the same, right? Yeah, I mean, any decent researcher, like I said, from all the things that I've told you, that it matches the time that was done. It's the same place. You got a pterodactyl monster there, right? You got a gang of cowboys. Everything matches up exactly. And the only confusion was that what made it such a mystery is because these guys both lost it in their archives over the years. One of them, I can't remember if he said that he thought he lent it out to somebody, maybe lost it. Maybe that was Ivan or whatever. But whatever the case, sort of thing, these guys had both ran across this, that some other people, maybe from there, also had this photograph and decided to send it to them, right? Like a copy of it, that maybe it was published in some kind of thing that has been lost to the days of time. I mean, there was a lot of newspapers that didn't last long that became defunct fairly quickly, or all kinds of things, or like I said, some early cowboy magazine, and they might have put this photograph in it. Maybe not many was ever printed, and they were lost to time, right? And that sort of thing like that. But for sure, these guys got the original, at least one of the original photos that was taken of it, right? If there's others out there, there could be, right? But anyways, I'm sorry, Joe Nichols. I'm sorry, Forrest Gallant. That would be a fun bet, because that way then I could get sponsored. Forrest Gallant, they got to invite Forrest Gallant, bring him there, and then have him showing all the evidence, right? And then what's he going to say? What can he say? Right? I mean, you can't say that it's not there. I mean, if the guy tells you it wasn't tampered with, they didn't have rubber bird monsters in the. You see what I mean? Like what are you now going to say? Right? I mean, you can't keep lying and saying that at least one of these didn't survive, right? Like the Ropin still probably does, or possibly the Congamato, although the sightings seem to be much rarer than in older times, but still exists, right? And that sort of thing like that. So I mean, the Cuban sightings, even more recent ones, and there was one. I got it on another show. Anyways, this granny saw this pterodactyl monster, and then the police was coming, going to the same bingo, and this a cop individually, like nothing to do with her, also saw it and reported it. Right. So I mean, I mean, why would a police officer that has and a granny at bingo? I mean, really, like, so they probably, again, I suspect that if any of these things still exist in the North American market, it's in the highest elevation, like wacky caves, systems. They only come out at night, and only a fluke in a zillion, the guy gets blown off course, and somebody sees these things for a day or two sighting, and then they're gone, right? You never hear of any of these places where the pterodactyl monster is seen, where they keep seeing it daily. I mean, it's all random, because it's only certain conditions that maybe the creature would have came out. But so whether these modern ones are real still, I can't tell you this, but I do know that in the 1800s in Tombstone, Arizona, in the Howard Mountains, right? Sort of there, the mighty, this mighty pterodactyl monster was shot down by the world's wildest cowboys, sort of thing. So my heroes, I mean, I would love to see this. Can you imagine having a time machine and seeing this thing coming at you, and watching the cowboys shooting all their stuff at? I wouldn't have shot at it. I would have tried anything in the world not to harm the poor creature, right? Like I would have defended myself, but swat him with a bat if I had to, right? But I mean, I wouldn't want to kill him, right? Like and that sort of thing like that. Because I believe that especially some regal great creature like this, it's a shame that they actually did kill it, but at least it makes another notch in the people that like myself that fully know. I don't believe I know that we came from the skies of some mighty race here, whatever the interpretation, right? And that they created this different life forces, and this guy, pterodactyls are their own family that might have branched off from a bat or whatever. Like they're all there's these things, right? Like you got lizards, you got this and that, but I mean they could be many things, right? And that sort of thing like that. And because each one's got a genetic code in it, but the pterodactyl monster is not going to turn into the cowboy. That's where it's wrong, and it's possible that even today, maybe that's why these sightings still exist. That there's hidden genes in any kind of creature that occasionally one of these giantism or different sort of one comes out again. That was from ancient times, right? And that sort of thing like that. So all these things are very feasible, but we do know for sure. And once these guys put this where it's watched worldwide, and they'll much more listen to Giorgio than they're going to be me. They don't know who I am or anything about my backgrounds or that kind of stuff, right? So the thing is that you can clearly see this is real. So I'd like them to, just phone me up and say, hey man, it's actually real, my man. You helped solve this sort of mystery. Great, we're done. Or even better, I would like if it was on Giorgio's show. That if we got to bet, man, like because I'll apologize to him and all of them and whatever like that. But I seen on his show there he gives ancient artifacts to different people that have gone visit on his show. So I want more than anything in this universe. And this universe is some kind of an ancient chain or an ancient coin with a dragon on it, a real one, like that was based, not these stupid ones from the last few hundred years, like ancient times, right? Or some kind of dragon like ancient Chinese bracelet or something like that, right? Where he'd be able to get something like this in his travels all over the world, or something like that was based on a real dragon that's old, right? And that sort of thing like that. Because to hold where I know that this coin guy made that in those times because they actually seen these dudes, that would thrill me more than anything in this universe, right? Like I would wear this, I would guard it with 10 zillion swords, right? Like sort of thing, right? So I love that sort of thing, right? I'm wearing right now the King of Solomon's the seal of Solomon, the 7 stars, right, and that sort of thing like that. So I mean, I love these ancient things, right? And I would not be surprised that they do actually, some of these items actually do have some kind of mysterious abilities to them and strange things, right? There's a lot of things out there, but one thing for sure, this guy was real, man. Right? Like, so I couldn't be more thrilled by this in this world, right? And that sort of thing like that. But here's another one here. This guy's great grandfather had a battle with a thunderbird, him and his tribe, okay, out west, and he still has this feather. It's still unidentified by science. And it looks gigantic like the one that was in this lady's bucket that I told you about, that this giant raven thunderbird-like creature was attacking the pigeons on her balcony and had a wingspan over the width of the balcony, a little bit down on both sides, and its feet was so big that it couldn't even grab properly around the thin little sort of things on the bars. It was having trouble stabilizing itself, and it actually, one of its big feathers busted off. And sadly, she chucked it out on me, and I didn't think of warning her, so I thought she'd leave this place alone. I said, I'm going to put this feather in the bucket because I wanted to check it out, and I was going to see if I could get some bird expert to, because it looked very much like you would a crow or a raven's feather, except, wave like the the feather is bigger than an average size crow that I see around here, right? So, I mean, this thing was gigantic, right? So I know that the same thing I can tell by this that this creature obviously was really huge. So both of these kinds really existed here. I mean, here's some modern reports here. Quebec City, giant all black bird with wingspan excess of 10 feet that was viewed by several witnesses in a local park in early 2000. It's a pond-like area off of the St. Lawrence, and that a giant raven-like bird attacks pigeons. That's what I was mentioning there in the balcony, and that sort of thing. Early 2000 range, that sort of thing like that. 1975, a woman with her children ran for their life when a giant all-black bird flew around them in a circle. There it is. You can see she's home, right? So I mean, so he looks pretty macho and hungry there, sort of thing. Idea, right? And that sort of thing like that. Also in '74. There was this family. I think it was the mother, the wife, and at least two kids. That I think one was a boy or girl. But there might have been five. But anyways, there was four or five of them. I got it written down somewhere. But anyways, another incident in the same area around Charbon Lake the previous year. But I got this story sort of at another way later, right, and that sort of thing. But it kept going right over their boat, right, and this boat was like about a 14-foot aluminum boat on it, typical sort of thing, and it would just was a little bit wider going over them, and it kept circling around them, and they got panicked and took off, right, and that sort of thing like that. So I mean. These things exist, like this kind is I don't know anymore, right? But certainly these 10 to 15 foot wing kind of guys still do. There seems to be enough of these around, right? There was another one I told you about in the 80s, this 12 foot or more giant eagle. He thought it looked like a bald eagle, but it was flying with a full-size deer with horns and everything on it, right? And a whole gang of them saw this in White Lake ice cream parlor that they have there, right? And that sort of thing like that. So, I mean, the thing is that you got to admit, this is astonishing sort of thing here, right? So if these guys, if I send them, give them the archive number, all the stuff, they'll be able to get, I'm sure, the curator and the different things, some nice librarian lady, whoever she is, right? That sort of thing, or he, or whatever the case, right? I'm sure that these guys are very, I mean, Giorgio's a very nice fellow. I'm sure he'll be able to maneuver through the system to get these guys to at least allow them to examine it with an expert that can tell whether something's been, that's the real authentic paper that the photo's on and that it isn't tampered with. And if they can do this, then we got it, man. Like, I mean, I still don't see how any of the Joe Nichols or other people are going to argue this. Of course, they still will. They'll say that it must have been a shadow on the wall or something, right? Like, I wouldn't doubt it. but anyways, I know that these guys existed from the ancient native accounts. Again, natives don't lie. They take things at a more face value. And in ancient times when they trade with people, that's why they kept their word and these kinds of things like that. Like, so people keep thinking they're primitive. They're way less primitive than what we're acting right now. I mean, we got the whole world here wanting to kill each other and tariffs and all the schemes by puppeteers where really a handful of people are doing this to bankrupt us or whatever reason, right? There's schemes of what, all right? So it's just sadly the average public doesn't know the things. They don't understand that the U.S. or any country really has no money at all. It's all fake. They don't, all kinds of things, right? Like so, the general public don't understand these things. And luckily it is this way, or it would be mass panic, right? You'd have crashes everywhere all the time, right? Like that sort of thing like that. But I don't know if these guys will be able to survive much longer anyways with the pollutants and all the stuff that we got going on here. But you can see my points here. Nobody's advertising this. You can't find it on their site unless you go through a zillion sorts of things to finally find this one particular number thing, right? And that the curators and the people don't know what they have. They're not advertising it. It's not put out in the front. You'd have to take massive hours to find this. That's what I'm saying, and that sort of thing. So the thing is that obviously they're not doing it for attention. They're all real photographs, every single one that they own there. They're not like photocopies and stuff. I can clearly see that when I'm looking at them, sort of thing. Because, like I said, they're in piles, and then they put underneath on pieces of paper, they just write down any little thing they know about it, the date it was taken, if it was a fight or this or that kinds of stuff, right? So you can see my logic to all these sorts of things like that. It makes fully sense. These stories have been around since time began. There's all kinds of even cave drawings of these kinds of creatures from Mexico to all over the world of different sorts of things like this, of mentions of giant birds that had no feathers and weird things. So they exist. So whether they still do or not, right this minute, I'm really on the fence of that. But I believe more in Cuba or yeah, or in the most remotest one or two living in the Texas Panhandle, some wild place, right, like way up where no humans almost can never survive in that desert long to stay there. So because they come out at night, I would presume they come out at night too because of the heat, right? Can you imagine? Like, I mean, that would be hard on the creature too, and that sort of thing like that. So it could be that this is why we're never going to see them because they're only going to fly at night. The scientist guy isn't out in the desert being eaten alive by scorpions, walking through the desert. Like, so only in cowboy times when people were crossing the ranges back and forth, all this sort of stuff and things that a more likely incident like this could occur, right? And that sort of thing like that. So, anyways, we'll be looking at the lake monsters and that next. Sometimes these things get cut off because I had to. They wouldn't stop and it kept rolling over some new thing. So I had to try and crop it. Maybe a word or two is missing. But anyways, but the next shows will continue on a bunch of other new things and that sort of thing like that. So if this last part with the lake monster cuts off, I'll do it the next show, like continue on with it or that sort of thing like that. If that happens to be, but anyways, you can clearly see all this sort of logic to this. I mean, it makes sense. It's the right era, right time. It's a real photograph. So either that or giant stork or pterodactyl monsters. Other ones was also hanging around Tombstone, and so it wasn't 168 foot one, but it was his son, right? The son of the pterodactyl monster, right? Who was 20 feet wide, right? So you can clearly see this. I mean, so I don't see how any person could argue with this photograph. It's an authentic archive, everything. I think that Giorgio and them got the clout to be able to do this, and I think it would make a wonderful book for them after, especially Nick Redford. He loves all this sort of stuff, right? And all I want them to do is thank me and say, hey, you did a great job. We were able all together to work here to prove it. I'm not a prima donna. I don't care if all these guys get 5,000 interviews out of him and I get none. I just want to see the mystery solved. That's all that matters, right? Somebody's got to be up there in the front, right? So, anyways, we'll continue on. Here it is, folks. In the 70s, like I said, I hooked a giant eel. I was towed around for over 3 hours, roughly, and this sort of thing. And here in the Balkans, this finally proves my story, right? This kind of thing like this. You can see clearly that this creature was able to crawl over lands, go down in these things, and they come originally from the ocean, of course, Sargasso Sea likely that sort of thing, unless it's some unknown sort of version here. But no matter what, it is an Angola species of some sort. We're going to freeze the frames here in a minute, and I'll 100% prove this to you. So this, I am only showing you half the film, and actually this fish is so huge that he can swim up and down the lake in seconds. There. Okay, now just before that, oh my goodness, this is so hard to do. It's very, very annoying. No, I don't know what happened here. I guess we went past it somehow. Okay, you want to be an ass? Well, keep going. We'll have to get this. It's very difficult to do to prove this to you properly. Okay, so. Man, I missed it again. A billionth of an inch. Just a billionth. A billionth. It refuses to do this. Okay. No, we missed it again. Oh my goodness gracious, this is hard. No, we still can't get it. No, we still can't get it. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to try a trillion times. No, I've never seen such an annoying thing. It refuses to go back in reverse. We'll get her. Been waiting for this for years, and now you're trying to do this, and you can't get this bloody thing. We missed it again. Wow. You still can't get it. Here's about as close as I could get. If you look just a billionth of a second here, so it should be 39 or 40 seconds, you'll clearly see the caudal fin down at the back there, perfectly aligning with any angola going out there. You can clearly see the ridge-like structure. See how in the neck, in the front, all of a sudden it's flatter there, but it gets wider, like a little bit down, let's say, imagine a couple of feet, because the creature's so huge, that now all of a sudden it's a ridge-like sort of fin structure goes all the way down. It hits the tail, then goes underneath the body on the other side, exactly like any Angola sort of thing, right? Okay, so clearly this creature is absolutely titanic. Now watch here. Okay, you can see the head. There. Do you now start to see how it's flat there, and then all of a sudden this dorsal-like fin starts to come down, right? That's the big, long, ridge-like structure going all the way down. It's going to hit the caudal fin, then go underneath, and then go all the way back up. Most species of fish don't have that kind of a way. They usually have like a main dorsal fin and adipose fin, but and that sort of thing, right? Like typically, like there's some don't have as much as sort of things, right, where it's less or it's in a different sort of position or whatever. But clearly here you can see that this is truly a titanic Angola. Any person that guided for them or knows anything about them or studies them, should not be arguing with me about this fact whatsoever below zero. Okay, so now we're going to get here. Okay. Look at here, just the part of this creature's head. Now, I know I saw on a film this guy used a drone. He watched me reel in this big muskie, and he actually was filming it from a drone and put it on some weird thing, right? And the guy said he was going to post it, right? So I realized from the height that he was what I look like on the screen, right? And that sort of thing like that. So I know that this is a rock. I don't believe it could be a log. It looks more like a solid rock of some sort, okay? I would suspect that that can't be less than a few feet wide and maybe way wider than that, 4 feet maybe or whatever, right? But it's showing up on the screen extremely well. So if you take this little micro bit and then just put that up against the creature's head, it's barely the length of his head. So that means that the creature's like about 20 times, like if you kept going down to of this rock in length, it's got to be. So there's no way that this thing is, under 20 feet probably, and not likely any more much than 30 some feet, but it's probably in this sort of range. So anywhere, if this object's 2 to 5 feet wide, depending, right, we could get an idea here, and we know for sure that it's way bigger than any Angola ever accepted by science, right? So that sort of thing like that. Clearly, you can see extraordinarily how extraordinary this is. I mean, absolutely the most amazing friggin' film. Okay, now, I want to stop this for a second because I only have this for seconds. This guy here is actually turned around and doesn't even realize that that this thing is coming by him. Now look at the length. Okay, that creature's body is already okay. So let's say this guy, he looks to me like a fairly bigger fellow. So we'll give him 5, 10, 6 foot. We'll make it an even 6 foot, right? It's not going to make mass difference here, anyways, even if the guy was 5.5 feet. So 6 feet. There's one little space. There's giant humps here, right? 12, 18, 20. There's no way this dude's under 30 some feet. There's a lot of the monsters still there. You can clearly see all the mud and the stuff. Look at the strength of how big across that is, that he's still making this disturbance. They crawl over land. They go into a new body of water. This is a microscopic body of water. I don't see how people can keep arguing this. This is not a robot. It's not a fake CGI thing. It was filmed with a shitty sort of a cell phone like camera. You can even tell the quality isn't that. This is some industrial area. So these are monsters that even can, this, what I say, the Ottawa River, all these crazy ones, worldwide, thousands of reports for centuries of giant snake-like creatures where they either find their tracks, they see them in the lake for a week or two, then all of a sudden nobody gets sightings anymore. That's why mobile lake monsters are a very large responsibility of lake monster phenomena worldwide. There may only be 5, 10 of these kinds, 20, who knows, maybe only a few, but they seem to have like a worldwide sort of coverage here. They're reported in every sort of country in the planet, especially in older days. And I suspect that there was more of these in the U.S. and Canada in the North American market at one point, and now much, much rarer. And what would happen is that the locals would see the lake monster because the lake was loaded full of fish then. It was clean and stuff. These guys might not go to that lake again for 20 years. So my suggestion is that there's a certain species of snake, waterish sort of creature that moves up and down like a whale instead of a typical side to side. Some have ridges on them like this fellow. Others don't. Some have small little planks or worm completely just flat smooth worm like the Lake Sturgeons, and some of them are like that, and that sort of thing like that, right? So there seems to be different kinds, or possibly that one's females, one's are males, right? But clearly, you can clearly see that this thing, you can even see the dust and everything, is creating and flattening the grass right there where all the weight of it's pushing it down. It's real. So, you know what I mean? Sort of thing. So, especially the previous one. I mean, I could see some guy trying to still argue this, but still, I believe that this solves this riddle. I've said this all along. I was completely right about this. I mean, I spent since 2 years old out in the water, way more than even Jacques Cousteau's dives did, or anybody else, right? So I just have way more experience on these things, and read through such ancient stuff, never been able to sleep properly, and been able, that's why I could fish 16, 18 hours a day, go for a 2 hour nap and go right back at it again, right? Sort of thing like this, right? And I'm still this way now it's even worse because recovering from surgeries and things like that. So, but sometimes I'm too weak to do any of these. It's the talking and everything, that you gotta, do it, right? So, but I mean, as far as like me being awake or that sort of thing, right? And that sort of thing. Plus, I was born with this weird anomaly of identic sort of a memory of pictures and places and events, like lousy at phone numbers. If you asked me to memorize even a basic phone number, unless it was 737-1111, like pizza or something like that, right? I wonder how many they'll get a call and somebody gets some munchies me mentioning this. And then, of course, if Trudeau was watching, he'd pull out some Red Colombian and I want to get a couple extra large pizzas there. But all kidding aside, though, that sort of thing, you can clearly see this creature is absolutely. Could you imagine what this guy, if he hadn't noticed that coming by him at that second? I wonder, like, what occurred. Did the guy bolt or whatever, right? But I mean, this thing is coming out of a small body of water that interconnects the bigger lakes and rivers, and this is what I'm saying. This has been occurring since time began, that this is why the scientist guy is never going to see it. If let's say this was mini Loch Ness, we'll call it. Let's say that every scientist kept hearing the stories Loch Ness monster, and he lives in this little sewer pit besides an industrial park, right? Well, of course, the scientist guy would go there. He's not going to see this because the creature only comes once. They eat out whatever crap that they can find, then they move on to the next thing, and it's like a never ending hunt. You just keep going, right? And this is what I was suggesting. In BC lakes, there's underground caverns and things that occasionally some wayward sea creature or giant fish monster of some sort, a giant sturgeon and different things that get wayward, can actually get in these things, make some splashes, attack a human, some monster shark, and now there's no more food. An hour later or two, a couple of sightings, maybe for a day or a week or whatever, a month, and then the creature has burned out the food supply and they move along, right? Like, and this is how relate this. Two kinds 100% exist, so please, no more of the Joe Nichols. Stop having these shows because it's not debatable. This is not debatable. This guy here, folks, there, I got it finally. You can see his fin right back at the end there. You can see it going around, right? You can clearly see the ridge-like sort of top structure here going all the way down. Then it goes, and you can see underneath it starts becoming ripply again. There's no big plesiosaur side fins, no nothing. It is a giant Angola. I'm sorry, Joe Nichols, and every skeptic on the planet, you're wrong. There is no logs that are coming up and making monster stuff. They're simply unidentified creatures that we even know. We know of Angolas. This is either a unknown one, a eunuch theory where they can live hundreds of years and they become finally gigantic like this. They crawl over lands and things like that. We go through the grass at night. You're only going to see them in the lake for a certain amount of time, and only big places like Loch Ness is something where you could have the monster doesn't need to leave anywhere. He could just keep going there, or they go under an underground cover and leave and occasionally visit more often, right? Because the bigger the body of water is, and if they're following, like, let's say, some migratory fish like salmon or certain species of trout or different things, right? Well, then the guy would come up at those times of year, and conveniently, a lot of times when these things are occurring, it could be too because there's more people out in the waters and things like that. But conveniently, there's more sightings typically at these kinds of runs times and things like that, right? And certain years where the population, the runs were low, where they had a bad seasons and that, you quite often typically get less lake monster reports. And this is the thing is that besides the odd possibly trap kind that exists out there, there's definitely many more kinds than the giant eels and our mobile lake monster here, friend, right? Sort of thing like that. But I would kill to go to lake. I could catch that fish. No problem, because I battle, like I said, over three. I believe that fish is 20 to 30 feet long. I've reeled in sturgeon roughly in the 10-foot sort of range, and successfully did this on much lighter line, right? So if you had the proper sort of stuff here, right? I could get that Angola monster. If somebody can show me where this lake is, we'd hope that maybe the creature will come back. I don't believe it could possibly be staying there for long lengths of time because it would burn out the food supply. So I think that this is a mobile, like I said, the same thing where eels do this. Somewhere, even giant Taurus-like creatures, turtles, and other ones, possibly plesiosaurs. There's been different sorts of ones over the years found with these folks. Next shows there, we're going to have a bunch of other things here, like some strange lion reports that have been random throughout the USA and Canada, sightings including a giant blue-eyed one in Alaska. There, my buddy here. All right, absolutely stunning. I love this sort of thing, right? But could you imagine seeing one of these? Like I mean, that would be the wildest thing ever, right? Like, but I mean, these stories are out there, right? So we'll cover some of that sort of thing, even from the Fraser Valley and that, a similar, like, anything from a Siberian tigerish like to lionish like creature sometimes. Some of them had manes and stuff, right? In 1878, a lion dark in color was witnessed crossing a road in northern Quebec by trappers, right? And even in my region, this happened ages ago. It was actually true. Out towards Rockland, this poor guy at 5 o'clock in the morning, I think it was about 4 or 5 in the morning, this guy's driving around, and I was going on this early, heading towards this early tournament, right? And that sort of thing like that. So this guy starts going, right? And then all of a sudden, you see the lights, and we were way behind. And then I said, what is that out? And you could see on the side of the road, this freaking tiger was there. This crazy tiger left a zoo that they had out that region and just left there and just decided to sit out at this little four-way stoplight thing, right? And he's just sitting there. So they called them, and the tiger went, yeah, like this, and went back home, right? Like the wildest thing ever, right? So I suspect that this has occurred from these zoos, and in cases where now they're going to get, you see, they couldn't really escape this. I mean, obviously, they were going to phone and say, hey, do you guys have a tiger? Because there's a zoo 20 feet away from where the thing was, right? But I mean, if the tiger had vanished, they wouldn't report this because then they're liable. Like if the tiger or lion monster, yeah, you're right, he goes out there and eats somebody, right, or any kind of thing like that, right? So luckily, this guy was a friendly dude, right? He just, yeah, they said, "Come on, there, Junior, let's go back home," and he scuttled back into the thing, and away they went, right? Like, but I mean, so even though people could say these stories are insane, I suspect many of them actually were. I got a lot of old newspapers, especially 1800s, 1900s times, where it was even way more common, where they were fully a lion, Leo sort of thing here, right? The mighty king of the beasts, right? Along with the dragon, the king of the beasts. There's another reason I argue about the dragons. If you notice on the Chinese calendar, right, and that sort of thing like that. Just like us, you got the set, all the different sort of things, right? Again, the dragon is the boss, right? Like he's all of the creatures are real. Why would you put the boss of all as a fake thing? This whole culture is not based on things like that. Why would all of them revere this for thousands of years, right? They probably don't exist now. They could in China, it's possible, because there's a lot of areas of China that's never been explored. The Chinese government doesn't allow people in there, and all this kinds of thing. For certainly Urans still live in there, and other ape species. I don't even know. That's another thing I forgot to mention this. There's already proof that was published in a book. Oh God, I'd say this book was about 20, 30 years ago, maybe. No less than 15 to about 30 years. But anyways, this was this earlier cryptozoology book that I read, and this guy had this photographs of this Asian family, this ape man, like an Alma like thing, or a Uran, it was up in the mountains, right? This thing came around there, and they circled around it, and they actually one of them took an axe at the poor guy and chopped his friggin' hand right off. And clearly you can see this is not a normal human's hand. This is some kind of apish human hand, exactly like, and it's titanic, and it's already there as recorded. You telling me that these guys, how come none of these guys did a DNA test on that? Or they did, and they know that they're wild humans, right? So they shut it up. Or B, if it, in this particular case, if it was some unknown ape-like guy, again, that might possibly, they could be correct of this, that it's not even against the Bible. Again, I'm telling you is that because you make man in their own image, meaning a bunch of them. God knows what each one might possibly look like, sort of thing like that, right? And so you have this a thing like that. You don't know what the one's going to come out this way, right? Like I mean, all of these variations are in there somewhere, right? And that sort of thing like that. So any of them can occur out again, right? Like, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's very feasible that, again, you got a cat species. Cats have been around since we ever know. They were tamed by ancient Egyptians and other cultures as well. I suspect even in earlier times, as well as their habit of adopting wild children sometimes. There's a lion boy right now that you can see. He lives with a pride of lions, right? And they love him to death, and he's strong like a little ox, and he believes fully he's a cat, right? He doesn't speak or anything, right? So again, this Bigfootish like phenomena, and even him, he's a little bit furry per kid, right? But because maybe it's an African desert, they don't get this. Lions were everywhere. If you notice, there was lions all over the world, pretty well in every place, right? What a magnificent sort of thing, right? So I wonder if because even God and things, they call him the lion, the Judah, and these kinds of names, right? Like that's why he was king of the beasts, right? And that sort of thing like that. And the same with the dragon. They're not going to base it on fictional things. These Asians all knew this. They got records of them breeding them and everything. I mean, you're denying a culture for thousands of years just to listen to some guy that never saw a dragon because, of course, he was born working at the Smithsonian in more modern eras. And, of course, there isn't dragons running around much anymore. There's a few water kinds and that, possibly cave-like dragons in the remotest areas of the world. It could be that there's a few left, but in general, the vast majority of them were hunted out because the Asians, it was a giant market for them. Other countries, museums wanted them like crazy, and they paid these peasants fortunes to hunt every thing. Same with unicorns, right? Unicorns were worth their weight in massive gold. So you're telling me the queen of Poland, let's say, right? She has, and no expert's been able to prove that these horns are not authentic. This lady was not an idiot. She's certainly, they have a unicorn as their sort of monarch-like thing, right? So you don't base this on non-reality. I find this the most foolish stuff I've ever heard, right? You know what I mean? Like I mean, mind-bogglingly foolish. You just start listening to these guys because, of course, by the 1900s, these things all were pretty well near gone everywhere, right? Because they were hunted down to near extinction even by the 14th century in a lot of places, right? So you can't a Greek dragon can't live too long. I mean, there's only so many caves, there's too many people, they hunt them all, there's warring and everything. All these things go down, right? And eventually there is none. And I suspect these creatures, the giant ones, were, again, like even in ancient times, there was dragons that they showed that would eat elephants and all kinds of things that were even way more monstrous. One was brought to the Roman Senate. It was over, I think it was 110 feet or 111 feet long, okay? And that sort of thing is in their official records, right? Like, so this is what I'm saying. It's so simple. Lions, every kind of creature in ancient times, maybe even 1,000 years ago, this atmosphere was way better where certain things like that. And the only reason why humans died a lot at much earlier ages is because of other sorts of factors of non-hygienic like things and 10 zillion animal-like creatures where you didn't have a anti-venom for it yet or whatever, right? Like there's you have a way bigger probability in ancient times to catch something, not know what a cure would be because let's say that village, they only have one witch doctor and he only knows so much, right? Like now this is a new thing that was spread by some visitor and he doesn't know how to combat it yet, right? Like, I mean, all these things would take time and they would shrink people down, make them up and that sort of thing like that. So even if you had the capability of still like the creatures where they've already built these defenses, they were, and that sort of thing, because they're out in the jungle 24 hours a day, right? The body becomes just like Ricky Tikki Tavi. They're one of the few creatures on Earth that can actually take quite a bit of cobra venom and still survive it, right? Because they built an immunity to these things somewhat. They can still get it occasionally. Very rarely a mongoose loses, but they do sometimes. But most of the time they don't. Right? The coolest little dudes in the world, yeah, sort of thing like that. They remind me like a freaky weasel, right? And I mean these ferrets and weasels, like my little buddy that discovered here in the region, right? Like, and that sort of thing like that. They're so cute, right? And they're so intelligent little creatures, right? You can teach parrots to pickpocket people and all kinds of stuff. That's what some of the Bugsy like guys would do, right? But they're very intelligent creatures and that sort of thing like this. So all I'm saying is that for sure that it's feasible that there's no way that cultures are going to say for thousands of years. If you only have like let's say an island, like I told you this about the island of Carolina, there's a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex monster, Mokili, not Mokili, but big Pala Pale, that right, and so this guy I interviewed and a couple others told me this, and he corroborated that this creature still exists on this island. They call him like giant lizard, yeah, big killer lizard. He's like a dragon, right? Like sort of thing, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex look to him, right? And so he really actually could be one. And these guys don't lie. I'm telling you, this guy brings his kid to school. He has to walk 25 miles through the woods just to get a children to a school, and they start really early in the morning and do all this stuff. And he says that they have certain pathways and they got people that will kind of volunteer to make sure, because children quite often are grabbed by some creatures out there and weird stuff, right? It's the most unexplored. It can only be visited once a year. Only one boat comes, right? And nobody's researched the island properly whatsoever. And there's thylacine that live on it. Some other unknown little dog-like creature that could be something like that Papua New Guinea dog, something like that. They're apparently extremely small, and he said they're super elusive. Both of them, they're hard to see, and they make like this funny barking sound and stuff, and that sort of thing like that. And there's this giant lizard monster, right? And he said that they leave him alone and stay away from his areas, but sometimes people have vanished where the guy waits for you on these pathways and he comes out, and just like what they do with the dragons with elephants, and just hide behind the bushes and then come out. So he said it's terrifying in there to even get your kids to school and stuff. And so these guys are telling, they don't got no money from me to this out of decency, right? So that, because I explained to him how I would love to go to this island, man. Like, I mean, so badly, man, because I do not believe these people are lying. There's another island not massively far that's from there. I don't know how many hundreds of miles it might be, but let's say within a 500-mile distance, there's another strange island with a similar tales, except this guy seems to be like some kind of velociraptor like sort of a creature. He's about 7 to 10 feet tall, and he actually has enough nerve that villagers are so petrified he runs right in on two little legs. He's got just like a little mini Tyrannosaurus Rex, looks exactly the same like one of them, right? And he comes running right down into the village, and he'll grab a kid or a human, and he just grabs them and runs off with them. I mean, absolutely terrifying, right? And they still go through this. And there's this cryptic cat still seen in Africa, right? The Mungwa, this is very similar to our silver gray here, buddy here, right? Sitting up in the mountains enjoying the fun. That sort of thing is regalness, right? So all I'm saying is I don't believe that a culture is going to put the head of their zodiac. I find that insulting to say that they're that foolish that for a gazillion years here, since time began, they got the emperors were showing records of them riding around on unicorns, where the emperor actually would, every time he'd have a birthday, they had all these portrait guys, like I said, and you had to get everything accurate of what he did. And one of them, he had a race against regular horses, and his was the unicorns, and he had this whole chariot of them, and he would ride them around, and he had these pet dragons and stuff like this, right? And this guy was like from about 1,200 years ago or something like that, and that sort of thing like that. You can still see these original paintings of them of this ancient sort of time, and they were from a like a photographer guy, like guy, right? So I will clearly argue this to the ends of the earth. I mean, and they're the same with these lions. They were reported in even smaller islands and all kinds of things, and some of them still there's the odd wacky tale from time to time, right? And again, is it feasible that some other cat that is now moved into a new region somehow could then in this chain of events eventually turn into a lion possibly and maybe not take gazillions of years, right, like sort of thing like that. But it seems that in if there's a bunch of them, then this isn't needed. It seems they're not going to move unless they're pushed off to a new environment where they have to change because now it's so of a different climate and everything that the creature's going to get less here or more or whatever, right? Like these kinds of things, right? So, but these sightings of lions have been worldwide from time to time, and I suspect that quite often they were from circuses and zoos that didn't want to report it, and some of them may still actually exist in the U.S. Because there's some very strange deaths sometimes in certain areas where the guy's hunting there for a few months and then they move on, right? And that sort of thing like this. So you get these random reports. You'll see like across the whole U.S., you'd almost swear it was the same creature. Like 1 month, in Texas, strange cattle mutilations and the tears and everything look like a giant cat's, right? And that sort of thing like that. And then the next one is a state over and the same thing, right? Like, so is it feasible that small groups of these actually from earlier circuses are actually still in existence out there and that they travel, right? Like, so you're never going to stay too long in any place because, I mean, it does take a lot. You see, in Africa, you got like big wild savannas and that. There's even mountain varieties that have been reported found up in mountains and stuff. Even Mount Kilimanjaro, some parts of it and things like that. So they can also adapt to other kinds of terrains and even way colder climates as well. So, and lions, like I said, were pretty well worldwide. Probably they were tamed even in the earliest times and that, as well as I suspect, like I said, because before this flood, you had a complete earth. It was all together, right? So then when the flood cracks these continents, it creates these continents, these the poles are all switched around, flooding around, blah, 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 things that were already frozen in the coldest poles before the flood, now all of a sudden they're going to break free. The earth is covered with all this volcanic like stuff and everything. We freeze, right? Like, so it didn't warm up right away, right? And that so you got this darkness and all that sorts of things like that, right? Would have occurred, right? So the iceberg wouldn't melt as fast, and it could eventually get and create like the Great Lakes, these different things, because they were all being pushed, right? So now when it's all starts to calm down and things like that, certain areas with the colder, others with the warmer and that, and of course, because these icebergs were now in a more warmer sort of a place, they eventually melted down and created these fresh water, eventually lakes, because the salt water sank to the bottom. I suggest, like I said, that there's gazillions of underground caverns and rivers that nobody's ever seen and knows of, and these creatures can meander through there, from a regular eel monster to a seal to any kind of creature that can maneuver through this sort of stuff, from giant fish to a shark, get wayward, an octopus, a squid monster, any kind of thing could be humanly feasible that they could get up through this sort of thing. They grab a bunch of fish, whatever is available. Now it's a slim supply. Let's move on. You go back out the same way you came in, right? And this is why a lot of lake monster reports are only random here and there, because maybe high water times the creature gets into a river or under these underground sort of things like that, and very rarely that the animal probably isn't leaving the body water unless it's titanic and it could like scientists often say, well, we need so many fish to blah blah blah, blah like, and all this stuff is gobbledygook, right? Like so, I mean, you can find bears that the guy hangs out in a stream and he's eating berries and he's a couple of 1,000 pounds and he can eat. I suggest that a big fish could too, right? There's all kinds of dead eels and garbage on the bottom and all kinds of stuff. Foolishness, right? And you got runs of salmon and ferox and all kinds of things that I mean, complete just not a valid reality at all, right? Sort of thing like that. But I mean, there is this case that I mean, I've heard there was some cryptozoologists that theorized that like an what were they called again? It was they have a name similar like a thylus and like a so, anyways, it was an earlier form of lion, right? And that sort of thing. This particular one, and this guy suggested that maybe a small portion of them still could be out there. And it sounds like a wild theory, but I mean, it could be. I mean, especially the ones, this strange white lions of Alaska and the Northwest Territories, and the odd time a few other places, including Quebec a couple of times in earlier times. I'm not. Some of these things seem to be in the earliest times. So maybe relic populations got pushed out because there was more of them at one point, and they eventually drifted and meandered over from Alaska and different things, and somehow got decided, hey, this place has got enough to eat here. We got a den. Let's hang out here. That sort of thing, right? Like that's another thing that makes me laugh. Scientists, when the first time when the guy said, the eastern cougar is extinct, and every single day after that, there was zillions of newspaper reports all over the place. Again, why you listen to some guy just because he couldn't see it per week? Like he's not a god. He doesn't have a laser vision to see around the world, right? You can't say things like this. I find these things foolish, right? Because a fire could happen. Maybe a gang of hunters was through the area, and let's say there's 10 giant white mighty lions here, right? So now they see the hunters, they see them shoot a deer, and it looks like they're dead. They smart enough to figure out, hey, these things look dangerous. Let's get out of here. So they go to wherever needed to be that they can find a similar like terrain or something that they could feed and eat and hide out at, right? So now the eastern cougar had to leave the typical places that they were when they were getting thinned out, and now they moved to another sort of one. They're cryptic cat. It's in the dark. Most of them come hunting out at night and that, but a lot of people are in areas of cougars and have never seen one in their life ever, and probably never will. Right? So this is what I'm saying. For people to listen to this stuff, like when anybody says it's extinct, you might as well, push it under the carpet for another 100 years before you can even start believing this guy, right? Because it doesn't work that way. Like almost a vast majority of the time, I know like even a lot of ones that I've seen that they claim were extinct that I read in books when I was younger, right? Like I had a book that's really sad that there's actually over 100 and some animals in there that don't exist anymore according to them, right? I doubt this. I suspect quite a few of them do actually still, right? Because so many times, 200, 500, 1,000 years ago, 100, every year this happens that somebody finds one that was thought gone a long time ago, some bird or whatever it is, right? And sometimes they're quite big, pecaries and different ones. A new orangutan species this a few years ago, in Sumatra and that sort of thing like that. So I mean, the guy who's 5 feet tall, right? Is he any different than a Bigfoot 6 feet, 7 feet tall? I mean, ooh, if he can hide from you and he's 5 feet tall, why couldn't one seven? Because the same thing. I mean, they have intelligence, right, and that sort of thing like that. But anyways, we'll have these other sort of upcoming ones there, and I got a bunch of other sort of things like that. But you got to admit, those two lake monster films were really sort of wild there, and clearly, I mean, if you want to be truthful to yourself, please, I mean, come on, be realistic here. You can clearly see that's in a little lake where the eel monster actually went down groups of falls and went to the most bottom lake, right? And this guy's hunting, and he's probably going to leave thereafter, all do the same thing, and go back up and go back. So they clearly exist. I mean, any person, when you see the size of that thing in the lake compared to eels, are not known to be proven that big, but clearly on this film it's real. Right, so the argument should not be anymore that lake monsters don't exist. They shouldn't be a mystery. Most of these shows should be shut down, right? Because they exist, right? There's other kinds of these too, and they, like I said. So I mean, and same with this mobile lake monster. Same with the giant sturgeon phenomena, and all kinds. All of these actually have real backgrounds to them. A lot of times, like some people, where the guy's seen the Loch Ness monster 200 times and he smoked weed with it. These kinds of people, there's always a certain portions that want to get in on the action, right? Like especially the Bigfoot phenomena. I'd say at least half of them are complete ludicrous, right? So, but there's enough that for sure that they exist, right? Like so, and the only reason way more now people you can be suspect of is because almost any human being on the planet, if they say they haven't heard of Bigfoot before, I'm so suspicious that I do not believe them. Just like I don't believe a lot of these shows where, watch Jenny's reaction, right? There's this really beautiful girl. Oh my God, is she ever cute? She's some kind of teacher. I subscribed to her channel. I can't think of her name because I only got to see her once, and I watched a bunch of them, right? And I haven't gotten to catch up on it. But this woman is so charismatic, and I love her voice and everything about. But I swear that I mean, what kind of sheltered life did this girl have? I mean, she doesn't even. She doesn't know who walk this way or like all kinds of legendary stuff like AC/DC Back in Black or all kinds. Not a single of these she knows, but then she actually loves a lot of them, right? Like at least she has good taste. I haven't seen her say anything really actually bad about any of the legendary songs, not once, right? So and she's a teacher of some sort, like a I don't know, a music teacher of some sort, like where like vocal and all that sort of thing. But anyways, this girl is so very nice. So I tend to want to believe her, and even though my skepticism is like insane, I'm just going to take her at value because I find her so amusing. I don't care if she's pretending that she never heard it before, like, sort of thing. But anyways, if you've never seen her, I mean, oh my goodness, this girl is like got the most charming sort of everything about her. Major tele, I guarantee you, this girl's got to be married. I mean, if not, their viewers are mentally blind and should be, trying to get a date with her. That is like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, like as about a plus as you're gonna find on the internet. So I'll leave it at that. But anyways, so next shows not like that said and covered, but for sure we're in some rough times here. I'm hoping that the psychic guy's seeing things from 20, 40 years from now, and that this he's right that somehow this Trump and this other wacko stuff is all gonna calm down somehow. Like, but at first we're and all this possible takeover stuff could eventually happen here. Like, but I'm hoping it's later than sooner, right? I just there's too many. This is the first time in my life, like I said, that I actually feel these senses, right? Like all the other great threats, I just ignored, like nothing, right? But there's something about the things that are going on here that are in this what I would call the mass corrupt state, where all the countries are being corrupt here. Nobody's behaving, right? Like, I mean, I'm a fan, like I said, of Vladimir Putin. I think any guy that can build an empire like that coming from the gulag and can walk around in icebergs, he's a tough mother. So, like, I mean, so I may not agree with all of his policies, obviously. Probably 99% I wouldn't. But as far as what the guy, when he says he's doing something, he's doing it. He's again like a Trump in this sort of way that I just kind of find the man more sort of I don't know, like he has abilities there, right, and that sort of thing like that. But sadly, because these other republics and stuff that used to be Russian themselves, and all this ethnic fighting and stuff, you're in a fight that you can't really resolve properly, right? I mean, it's like ages ago, I had these Yugoslavian friends, right? And back then they called it Yugoslavia, right? And then all of a sudden it was split up, Serbia and Croatia, right? And then all of a sudden these guys are big enemies when they were all the same people 5 minutes ago, right? Like I mean, in that sense, right? They were all living together and everything, right? But now when I'd go to these things to meet them, they'd have some that are Serbian, and the two of them would be arguing back and forth. No, no, Serbia, this, like I mean, the crazy stuff, because this is what I'm saying. You are puppeteers out there by the guys that lead us, that get us in these wars when most of the population don't want to be in them, right? And that sort of thing. They do these things where you even get people from their own countries to be divided. So these Ukrainians consider themselves different, and that. But I mean, really, they're all from the same lineage here, from ancient times, right? So when you get in these kinds of wars, it's too in the blood, right? It's a different sort of a thing, right? It's not the same like where you don't have any interaction with the country except some kind of trade thing, and they're not really part of your clan, right? Well, then it's different, right? But because these guys are right on their borders and all that, and all these kinds of things, there's reasons why they do this, and also I believe that there's somebody that is actually funding him and all kinds of other characters out there for some other reason, like to take world control or whatever it is, right? I'm sure, like I said, there's schemes afoot, right? And hopefully our poor lion buddies and the few dragons that might be out there, and our pterodactyl monster buddies and that are saved from all these loon tunes that are leading us, right? Sort of thing like that. But at least I'm really hoping that whatever this Baron Trump guy that he keeps seeing these flashes of, and I think I mentioned him like about 7, 8 years now. Like, it's been so long, right? Like, because I mean, the psychic guy mentioned this so many times, right? That someday this guy's gonna have something to do. But I mean, he could be a bit too young to be a leader yet, right? But I mean, they could be grooming him for it, right? Like I mean, to or possibly he can convince enough out there to actually be able to get this done, because any Trump fan would then support the son if they think he's even more brilliant, and that sort of thing like that, right? So then it possibly could be like JFK was pretty young, right? So, but I mean, Barron's a bit too young yet, I would think. But I mean, he may have some big cloud out there, and this kind of stuff in the future, and maybe will become this guy. But that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping. It sounds like a few years away, right? So that sounds better than not, right? And the only thing, like I said, I'm not certainly going to knock some brilliant young fellow like that. I gotta admire him, right? I mean, I think he's handled himself meticulous, way better than even his dad could do, right? And that sort of thing like that. And he stuck up for his mom, right? So he's a good boy, right? Like that sort of thing like that. So all I know is that this guy has an aura about him, and of seeming like a guy that's going to be of greatness. And I mean, what a great name! I mean, Baron. I mean, come on, you right away, like the mentality in the mind, you're thinking the guy's from some kind of big thing, right? Like I mean, so just everything about him gives you this aura. So and either you're going to be freaked out from him and creeped out like some people would, or you're going to just think he's the greatest thing since apple pie, sort of idea, right? Like, so this guy is the kind of guy that's going to give you either great emotions of greatness or fear, right? Like, sort of not probably in the middle much, right? And that sort of thing like that. So anyways, like I said, I'm hoping that whatever he's seeing, that this guy's actually going to do some good for us in the future. That'd be nice, right? Sort of thing like that. Right some wrongs and stuff from some other characters that have made it worse in the past, right? And that sort of thing like that. But apparently this guy has something to do with our future. in the future, whatever, right? So, anyways, we'll leave it at that. But very interesting, sort of things like that. But again, I know these sound wild to a lot of people, and that these conspiracy theories and all these kinds of things. But I mean, if they're known and they could make sense, they should be talked about, right? Like, and that sort of thing, like that. And certainly everything when the first time I saw Trudeau come up on the screen, right? I said, "Oh God, don't tell me they're going to try this gimmick to get him to be the king," right? So the first thing that he did is he went and attacked all the little schools, high schools, and junior brain kids that are going to be by the time he could get to be the prime minister to get ready to be voted in, to be voted for, right? That they'll be of that age. So he comes out there, hypnotizes them all. Probably smoke fumes were going through the school auditoriums. There was some good THC, and these kids were brainwashed to sort of already start talking about him, run home, talk like where actually a child's interested in politics, right? So then the promise of the great thing that even I 100% agree with, right? I've always found this ludicrous, right? Like, I mean, I've never seen any pothead person in my entire life smoke a couple and go, "Oonka bunka wunka, I want to rape this or do that." All this stuff is the most foolish as hogwash in the universe. I mean, this stuff was prescribed over 5,000 years ago by Asian doctors and early pharmaceutical like people like that, up until the 1940s in the States and Canada, I think was. Late 30s or something like that, where all these preparations were in more than half of the medicines out there, that the granny that is wants the poor black guy at the street corner arrested is taking the same damn thing. She was taking it in pill forms and not realizing this. They used to sell bricks of hashish and they said, "Energize your church meetings." That was one of the ones I saw. Different things like this. This was all normal culturally accepted. The doctors, asthma, cigarettes, all this stuff, and all because of some criminal again that you guys listen to, these politicians. I never believe a single word any of them tell me. that's my motto, right? And then prove it to me as you go along, and then you'll earn my respect. Until then, no, right? Like, because I don't care. The guy could be the president to any of the. They're all the same to me. It's just a human being that people voted in, right? And that sort of thing like that. And so I treat all people the same, nice. Like I'm, unless they want to attack, well then yeah, you got to do what you got to do, right? And that sort of thing like that. But I mean, these things have occur, right? Like these guys are. It's somebody really at the end of the day of this is that we're being puppeted here, like somehow by some even more powerful, right? And so I don't know which group. I don't know if this Baron Trump guy just helps us out or is part of the system or whatever. But again, I just think that no matter what, you got to give the guy at first here a completely fair break. You can't say that he's the monster or this or that. I'm impressed with him. I'd gladly love to hear some of his life and sit and have some pictures of him. Right? I just find it fascinating, right? Like that, because I want to see more of his brilliant mind. Like, what's he going to say next, right? And stuff. I like people that are that sort of well in depth of thought, right, and that sort of thing like that. So I don't know if this guy's for good or bad or whatever like that. But I mean, you can't sort of, like I said, attack people unless they're that. But for on the Trudeau side, all these things have occurred. I mean, everything from him and his porn buddy there was the guy where they blacked this all out in court. So as long as whatever he said about these secret tapes and that was all shut up, so he wasn't allowed to be arrested, right? And these 10 million schemes since then, right? And I mean, and that sort of thing like that. And he's constantly hanging out with these billionaires. What do you think billionaires do? They want to take control and make more money, right? You know what I mean? Sort of thing like that. So as far as I know, some bigger guy is puppeting all these guys and purposely now he got all these guys, they got big cash now. Now he wants to kerfluffle it. So he's going to cause the Elon Musk guy, because of his own putting him in this kind of politics, he knows that this could destroy his stocks and this and that. Some guys scheming all this stuff. I don't even think it's the Elon Musk guy. I don't think it's Trump at all, or obviously not Barron Trump yet. So, but there's whoever puppets Trudeau, and so these guys have such influence that they're somehow getting these guys to do odd things like convincing them without maybe them understanding what's really going to occur here, right? And it's some kind of thing to whatever, maybe have us all chipped as far as I know, or whatever it is, right? Somebody, this, some other group out there is even more powerful than these people that is really manipulating this, right? And this Canada thing and this sort of stuff like this. And all these people are, I mean, now they got, the girl didn't win for the Liberals, so instead they picked a bank guy, a Ziff, right? Like, I mean, what do you think these guys do? This guy's going to make every schemy thing that he can make billions of dollars himself, so he's going to allow the bank to put more interest rates, or he's going to do this and that. This guy would be the most terrifying individual you could ever vote in. You'd be better off with the Singh character. I mean, and he's terrifying, right? Like, so, I mean, all these people, there's not a single representative of any of these parties that I could see would do a honest job whatsoever. I'm terrified of even our own thing because nobody, especially Trudeau, I mean, we're over $1 trillion in debt now, right? And all these other characters, and then they pretend that they didn't know this stuff. Come on, yes, yeah. The guys, he made some guy that head of our defense department that lied on his resume that was never even over in Iraq or anything like this. I mean, the most and his Phoenix scam, gazillions people not paid some for years and that when every person told them no, let's just go back to the old system we already have it installed here, we can start paying them, fix the Phoenix, and we'll re-put it out in a month, right? No, he wouldn't do that, and he caused all these people gazillions of dollars of not being paid, right? So I say that this was all some kind of theory here that it's very feasible that somehow Trudeau and all these kind of guys are manipulated by somebody way bigger, right? And we're being puppeted all around the world to shift powers and all kinds of weird stuff for some creepy reason, right? Maybe to get everybody chipped, whatever, right? Like some wacko reason, right? Maybe it's this owl monster gang, like they say, right? Or you know what I mean? The Bilderbergers or whatever, right? All these kinds of ones that they mention, right? Like the Illuminati, whoever they are, right? And all these kinds of guys, right? Like, I mean, it's all the same kind of thing, right? Like, I mean, sort of thing where somebody is even puppeting them, right? And how this was all going to turn out, I don't know, but we're never going to be stable again. I mean, the earth keeps getting polluted every more and more second. Our poor buddies here, the maybe even the mighty Griffith, right? So, I mean, and I mean, here's another one here, right? Like, I'll be talking about this another show. I was going to say that, but I mean, these Griffins actually had to be real. I mean, there's numerous scientists guy that even saying he's watching them being nesting, and these same guys are hailed by historians and everybody say they were the most intelligent humans on earth, yet you're going to ignore and say that they hallucinated. Same with, I mean, the list goes on and on and on of Confucius saw a unicorn, and he believed it was such bad luck because they actually believed that. He actually stopped writing. He stopped doing everything. He was petrified that this was his omen, that because he saw this pull in, right? It's a unicorn, right? That's what they called them there, right? And they were a bit funnier looking, different than the typical ones. But I mean, the same thing. So these things existed, right? And we really did kill them out and that sort of thing like that. I have no idea what a Griffith really was. I mean, as far as I know, it could have been some kind of like where maybe it's a giant bird, but maybe it didn't have all feathers all over it, like because they say it had like a part of like a lion and these different things, right? So maybe like the center area didn't get feathers and it was more furry or something. Like who knows? Like I mean, they all look similar, the depictions, but I mean you can't really tell because they're just drawings. They don't really, and they're many different colors. It's hard to know really exactly what the creature 100% would have looked like, right? But I mean, all these things really did exist because, again, how people can ignore books like that where they're hundreds of pages long. Take fresh dragon's tooth. That you get from the forest of Googa Booga, whatever, right? Stir it in tea with kombucha sauce, and that will cure, I don't know, gingivitis, right? Like, you see what I mean? Like they had these things, right? So, and some scientist guy wants you to believe that they just sat there all day, got paid to write fake things in hopes that Joe Nichols would be skeptical of them in 1,000 years. You see what I mean? Like, do you see how foolish this is? So, anyways, we'll continue on with the next shows of that. But clearly, there really is aliens in the sky. I don't know whoever. I'm not going to argue with people which one is the correct one. But somebody out there is running us, and they influence our society. They help create us, or at least, or more likely, even created us, like the biblical version, and that sort of thing like that. They monitor us. Each one of our creatures here are different families that can branch into gazillions of kinds of different things within a certain limit, right? And that sort of thing like that. And we're an ancient experiment, as far as I know. They've even washed the earth before, sort of thing. And that's really what's happened here, and that clearly any creature from our lion buddy here, if he started living on a little island, right, and over the centuries, if there wasn't enough food supply, but they could still survive, this guy's going to get smaller. And maybe it's too hot there, so he's going to get a little bit less fuzzy, right? And that sort of thing like this. Or this griffin here, if the flood's coming, and they start learning to fly better, you know what I mean? Maybe the wings get bigger and this kind of thing. You see what I mean? Like, any of this stuff is feasible because it's built in like this by these great creators to make sure that we still survive and that we cover the different lands that all of this stuff is created, and that we can become more primitive, more modern, back and forth constantly all the time. But originally we must have came from just some kind of like they say, like the original mother, these scientist guys found this, that originally around Africa someplace was the first mother, okay? Sort of thing like that. So let's say that was actually Eve, right? And that sort of thing like that. Well then, you see, like, from there, right, again, this is why the guy made this mist to make you live a long time, I mean, and all these kinds of things, and each one's just whatever we were at the first. Let's make us in our own image. As far as I know, after Adam and Eve, maybe the other god guys made some groups too, and just shot them down there. They wouldn't mention this, right? So, and maybe already there was cavemanish like guys, an earlier version of us, right? But whatever it is, we started from that. We can revert back to that. We can get more advanced, and same with a plant, a fish, or any kinds of things. And we must have started from some basic designs, like the evolution kind of idea is in a lot of ways, and that we can branch out to different things, but it all has to be, again, the same family like thing. There is no Griffith turning into I don't know, like a moose or something. Like there's a certain point where it won't go beyond, right? Like, and that's it, right? So, anyways, I hope you enjoyed it there, and I'm gonna send that off to that gang there and see what happens with it, and hopefully we can get down to this Tombstone mystery and that sort of thing like that. But certainly interesting. And again, even though we had some fun with Trudeau and that sort of thing like that. I mean, considering we're a trillion in debt, I'm sure that was a pretty expensive payment to watch him in action, right? That sort of thing like that. So he owes it to us, right? That sort of thing like that, from the grief, from the fake masking to all of this other foolishness. That again, that was another scheme that 100%. Do you know now? All this is funny. Before I go, I roared laughing at this. They say now they put out, what does Canadians remember about Corona? These people are so fried that they don't even remember a couple of years ago. I mean, I remember every single thing of it from the first time I heard of this crap, and until the hospital finally said nobody, you don't need to wear a mask, and now every single doctor took off their mask. In other words, they never believed it in the first place. Why would you wear it the day before then, right? I mean, if you really believe that this stuff was going to get you, why then? What is the difference of the day before or that day? You see what I mean? Like this stuff was, these hospitals all went with this because they have investors, and they invested in the mass and that. So as long as they keep telling you that everybody's dying, and the Canadian government admits this, they told them to tell any person that if they're dying, that if somebody came in with 400 bullet holes through them, right, and they had corona, they were listed as dying as corona. So can you imagine the overabundance of this sort of stuff that's probably went on, right? And I wouldn't doubt worldwide, right? Some scheme artists again, right? So even if the virus is real, and even if that, somebody shot this stuff out here, and somebody did invested in all this stuff ahead of time and knew about this and became quite wealthy from it, right? And a bunch of groups here, I'm quite sure. So even though the threat may be real to a certain degree, the thing is at the end of the day, these people took advantage of it more than what they should have, right? And that sort of thing like that. And so a lot of people became rich off of this. Now they're shut up because people keep ignoring it, and that I still see silly people all the time. Oh, I got my booster shot. Oh, like I mean, all this stuff is gobbledygook, right? So I mean, so like I said, there's you can't, just because you have a booster is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You can still pass it to somebody, and the person can still pass it to you. So either way, it just supposedly protects you more, and so you shouldn't be concerned whether or not the other person has a vaccine or not, because whether they do or not, they still pass it exactly the same. So it's irrelevant. Why do you care what happens to them? Right? You see what I mean? Like you, yes, you should as a human being, but I mean to state that they have to get this forced thing when the relevance is no difference, and it's your human body, right? You see what I mean? Like I mean, come on. So this never should have been done. Any of this stuff. I feel sorry for all these people that have had to take and endure this garbage stuff, right? Because I mean, at the end of the day, I don't believe once you've had this around you a bit, the person builds immunity to them, and these guys just wanted to scare people. So of course they mutate every year. Flus do. Once in a while I still catch a flu, but I mean you're still not going to get it the same, right? Because I mean your body's already built to a lot of variances of these, right? And these vaccines are very controversial, right? Like so, I made it this far without one, so I'll certainly continue to do so. So anyway, take care and have a good day.